Alright, I spent my time much more wisely this morning. You guys are hanging out for 5 minutes instead of 15, or however long it took me yesterday. But how we doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day. Audio, got audio? Yeah, it's just the menu music is quite quiet. I can turn up Wonderlands in the mix a little bit for you. I don't remember where my audio settings were before Windows was like, yeah, we're just gonna scrap all that. So it's a learning experience. Anyway, let's greet everyone. We got Control, bright and early, as always. Pragmatic, David, Stump, Roddy, Loading Screen, Soccer Chick, Rune, Sen, Jules, Gray, Reckless Monster, Shay, um, Jester, Itsukata, Brendan, Natas, Owl, Rabbit. Maybe audio, maybe. Did you use a thermometer to check, Rabbit? Was that a low blow? Anyway. I want to farm for some gear. Hey, J-Bridge. I want to farm for some more gear for the Spirit Swarm setup. I've been messing around with different armors and stuff and things. Also, I started putting together something of a Feral Surge setup using that new enchant. And, like, I would have started stream showing that off, but it's very buggy because I have too much swing speed. So it just kind of stops working sometimes. So I gotta like respec that and change some stuff around. Anyway, let's farm some stuff. Hey Brucey, how are you? What armor is that? Is that a paradigm? I was experimenting with a couple. All the classes get new enchants? No, just one for Berserker, 3 for Blightcaller. Hey Scruffy. What you looking for? Armor. So currently I have this paradigm. Now the paradigm bit of it doesn't actually do anything for me here, except I guess maybe marginally more Geist in the Shell damage. Um, I'm mostly using this just because it's got good skills. So I suppose these skills on a better armor. Since I'm in Dreamvale already, may as well. Rage Handle was 10 out of 5 Squall, plus 3 haste. No haste there. It's just Rage Handle, and 5 Squall is enough to make it too buggy to use, son. Oh, I did get the crossblade, by the way. I played a bunch yesterday. You know, why not do the mirror? Yeah, exactly. I'm already here, so fuck it. Look how they released Rage Handle when the swing speed bug was already a known thing. I don't know what the deal with that is either. Morning, Ember. Crossblade having its time to really shine. Crossblade is so ridiculously good because it's two elements that each have an instance of damage. Each has a very high dot and a very high dot chance, and then it's got black powder crit stats. Also, it can pass through multiple enemies, so if you shoot this into a mob, you just get 2 powerful dots on every single enemy you hit for 1 ammo. It's so ridiculously good. Ever try the crossblade on the soul containers? No, I did not. Got to Chaos 50 last night at Blightcaller playthrough, did all the side quests too. Just want to thank you for teaching all of us. Christian sort of thing, this game makes me uncomfortable. There's no designing, well, you can separate fantasy and stuff. No denying how much hard work has gone into this game. Dialogue, characters, gear, everything Gearbox has done. That's worked on global pandemic full effect. Shows well how fully amazing they are. Hey, I'm glad you're satisfied with it. Coffee. Oh, uh-oh. That's just funny. That's just funny, honestly. I'll drink to that. I'll drink to that.
There's nothing to fear there but fear.
I can't even be mad. That was genuinely hilarious. Hey Sora, how are you? Worst enemies in the game, barrels. Hey soccer chick, a wide peepo happy to you as well. Nerf barrels? So spicy water has been nerfed once. But the thing is, I'm playing a dot build right now, so if a barrel puts a dot on me, because I have like, let's see, 36% more duration there, and then 40% more duration there, I have 76% more duration. Even if I didn't have increased damage, that dot's gonna last, like, until I die. And there's no way around it. All the homies rapid fire. Never awake this early. That's my secret. I'm not either. It's all pre-recorded. I think I missed it. What kind of armor are you looking for this build? Ideally, miasmic mail. But like mostly I just want the skills to be good and for it to be on an armor that does something that benefits me. So like Paradigm doesn't really do anything for me here, it's just what I'm wearing because of the skills. Miasmic Veil would be best case. I don't want to use a Mosquito. An Amalgam would be, you know, okay. I wonder how Pandemasium works with Swarm. Plate Mail makes Amp more consistent, but it's a damage down everywhere else. So my non-amp shots get a lot weaker. My amp shots are also weaker, but I have more of them. It's fun. I don't think it's optimal, though. I don't know of very many armors that would be huge here. Hey Gambler, how are you? JC, hope you're well. Want to say a few minutes, at least want to say good morning. Hey, happy to have you here. Thanks for stopping in. I'm still completely baffled by Sword Explosion's dot. Like, the weapon has no business having that going for it, too. Also on Crossblade versus Razor. Crossblade has a higher dot. and can apply multiple elements.
So as he robbed me of my self-worth, he turned all my old standards into actual giant flags.
Razor's really cool, though.
And they're protected, of course, by skeletons in my closet. They like to play dead, even though they're always lurking in the back of my mind. Get up, you're not fooling anyone. Get rid of these skeletons and destroy those standards. I don't need them anymore.
I stay up till 4 a.m. if I had to work at 8 a.m. Bad life choices. How you doing, Foster? Other than tired. Look it up, Vengeance Dot is way worse than Source Legends. Yeah. Vengeance is also always dark magic, to my knowledge. And with how often I spend not at full HP here, I wonder if dropping the full HP enchant is the play. Does Laser Hand have the strongest non-melee dot? No. No. Or a normal amp shield? Yeah. Morning, Urban Mech. Fun fact, shoot straight above you with the razor, the projectiles sometimes shoot like crossblades pattern. Oh, that's cool. Had might be stupid last night, cleared the enemies out of one of the PLC4 rooms, decided to hit a barrel. It do be like that.
Imaginatively done.
Purple ants have less percent ward than do so. There you go. Also, deuces can't be enchanted. Gun enchant refers to an executioner class. To my knowledge, such a class doesn't exist in Confusion. It's just named weirdly. It's a berserker one. Enchanted headsmans in English, which is the same thing. It's a berserker enchant. Moo Girl, thank you for the 9 months with the 7 streak. I read those messages out of order and it was even more chaotic.
So glad to be getting rid of these.
Hey, Eucombers, how are you? Think about Wicked Gossip double dipping turned out to be nothing.
There you go, quick.
Daddy.
Yes, text to speech. Thank you again, Moo Girl. Yes, and looking at the damage values, it didn't look like a double dip, but thanks for confirming.
Critical score. It's in the
Crossblade seems fun for Bog Down if everything didn't die right away. That is the problem, isn't it? Let's quote a Beyonce. Ah.
This world is a mix of memory and imagination.
woefully under knowledge about Wonderland's builds locks be great when they finally happen. Yeah, it's something that's in the cards, as they say.
The ruler here lives in those cracks in my memory, lurking in the shadows of every gaslight. He stole the song in my heart and hid it there too. I need it back, and for that, you must find my loot. I guess in this realm, wyverns lay instruments? Wyverns? More like, why not die already burns, right?
The pun police really need to scoop up Vesper. She's not doing her best work in this PLC.
Which is laid first, the egg or the wyvern?
It's another one of these runs.
In the eggs?
Location randomized? Yes.
Wow, it's
I've had runs where I get it on the 3rd, I've had runs where I get it on the 10th.
this loot.
It is randomized.
Happy memories. I knew this place like the back of my hand once. They
Yeah, I've got it as fast as the 3rd one move face, so.
said the clearer my mind gets.
Ah, dot duration.
Treasure known only to the ruler's most powerful allies. That doesn't mean I was one of them. I just know things. Anyway, only the most badass fighters will hold the levers you need to access the treasure.
Hey, new Max Ben, how you doing? Loot and shoot. Think Vesper rides a Vespa? I like to think so.
That's one lever down. Don't accidentally break it. They're so strong, it is a concern.
You can fuck your streamer egg privilege in the anus. Maybe I will. Maybe I will. You do that. Haste alone plus rage handle's getting me the swing bug. Yeah, rage handle by itself might do it, honestly. It's looking like rage handle's one of those things you do instead of swing speed rather than in addition to swing speed. Yeah, you could potentially have a 1.47 swing speed rage handle with 10 out of 5 squall and 3 out of 3 haste. And, you know, butt stallion buffs on top of that. You could get some truly ludicrous swing speed, but good luck getting more than like 4 swings in before it breaks.
These warriors have nothing on you. Are you done? Then leave her alone.
Using Lazy's Blunder build rage handle and swing bud is intense. Yeah. It's unfortunate. So it's looking like Salt and Battery and Great Axe still beat out Rage Handle in practicality because of that bug. Which is annoying. One might say disgruntling. Uh-huh. I'm unhappy, disgruntled, and underwhelmed. That is a direct upgrade. That is a direct upgrade. Grocery time, sayonara. See you later.
The treasure room is open. Go and reap the rewards of your labor.
Got a level 17 one of those from drill last night. Nice. You're wangled.
Seeing your eyes light up in there reminded me that they stole that light from me. On top
Perfectly viable, spec and dollar shield talents on Blight, slap on anything, hammer and overthrown, walk around 17k wards on a melee build that still slaps. Yeah, you can do that. I was testing out something, and I was glad to see that the penalty from Restore the Veil is absolutely not noticeable when using
must be close. If I see
unarmored defense.
monsters,
So that's pretty cool.
we all need a light in our lives, and mine was ripped from my heart. By the looks of it, I'm keeping it here.
But keep in mind, Restore the Veil effectively makes your bad egg useless, if you're ever using a bad egg. Being able to get enemies through walls with this thing is so nice. They're applying dark magic here. Contagion. Made a chaos 20 this morning. It's an accomplishment for me because I have no thumbs. Hey, good job, Jules.
Kill it with fire.
I don't know if you meant that last bit literally or not, but it is an accomplishment. Chaos climbing is a time investment. Mind explaining why a Barbarian would want unarmored defense, just what that skill says in the tin? Raw tankiness. Unarmored defense is the single most impactful survivability skill point in the entire game. It takes your wards, chops off half of them, and then triples that, and makes it HP. So with a ward of sufficient capacity, you're running around with a huge health bar, and you still have a decent amount of wards. Like, with unarmored defense, I would have more wards right now than I do on this build, but with, like, 5 times as much health as well. It's just better.
My powers. Oh, my luscious, fiery, gorgeous powers.
Yeah, Sword Explosion has no business having that dot. It really just doesn't.
As for now, my one piece of advice for the monster you're about to face: show no fear. Cast doubt from your mind.
Cool crab fact. Crabs practice something called
Of every lost soul
automa...
feeds on our pain.
I was gonna say autonomy, but that's not the right word. Autotomy. That means crabs amputate their own claws, for example, in order to escape from attacking predator when their claws do damage after fight. Don't worry though, their limbs just regrow completely. Crabs are fucking metal. Goodbye, Redmorn.
Incredible. You defeated fear itself. How does it feel?
Like, way too much. The emoting
Blight Stabble. I want Stabble Blight.
down to like a 3.
Of course.
Yeah, I prefer Stabble Blight. Because Stabble Blight gets Exploit their Weakness and Contagion on one class mod, which is just kind of silly.
And we'll settle up.
I'm thinking 3 Contagion, 2 Exploit would be more optimal, if given the choice. Although, like, the other skill is Virulence. There's really not a bad skill roll you can get on Stabbo Blade, because all 3 of the skills are so impactful for the build concept. There's no bad skill combo there. Because worst case, you get 5 Virulence. Oh no. Poor us. 30% status chance and duration. Oh no. Like, it's just such a good skill combo.
Shines in that glass. Only you can know.
And thanks for the 100 bits, Coffee. I like to imagine that muscular arm hand holding a meme is Frost Shiver and Blightcaller coming together to destroy everything in sight. I like that too. I like that a lot. Hey Pico, one of my close friends lives and dies by crabs, has a folder dedicated to crab memes. That is good stuff. Morning, Zank. I'm making quick stops to say hello before heading back to work. Wishing you all a great day. Same to you. Always good to see you. Hope your work day is excellent.
Is that a weapon? Your favorite.
Spinning the wheel is fun. I want to do it again.
The wheel of fate has spoken.
Hey, Coffee, thanks for taking care of Zank. I appreciate it. 160 in the channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. More duration good for the majority of Blight skills. Yeah, it keeps your stacks up. Even aside from the dot itself, it just keeps your stacks up,
Did I make the
which is good.
star?
Because think about how impactful having full uptime on some of these is.
Girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Thank you again, Coffee. Like full uptime on amped up. 3 points in amped up is 36% move speed. And 4.5% of your wards per second. If you get 6 out of 3 amped up, which you can do through a couple armor combos, you get 36% movement speed. It's just crazy. 6 out of 3 amped up with full uptime. I still look at it and I'm like, this isn't right. So yeah, Virulence helps to that end.
Time, even life itself.
Dot duration. Really good. Burr Protagonizer. I did get one of those for Feral Surge memes. And it's better than that one, so that can stay. Man, I'm not getting many legendaries from this. I could put on my loot luck gear, though. 10 souls for tomorrow. I mean, you get souls so easily, Brucey, from Mirror 4 that I don't think you need to worry about saving. Because, like, you're gonna have to do the mirror to unlock the stuff in the wheel, right? And you're gonna get at least, like, 600 souls from it. Which is a lot of wheel spins. In fact, let's do another. Really want to try the new burn chant. I'm afraid I would be disappointed. It's very effective at giving you back Feral Surge, but keep in mind that giving you back Feral Surge is like, why would you care about this?
But also, it's on live, like on the
It was a really big dot to start.
I see. Well, I was afraid of being powerless. We can't all be fate makers. Most of us lost souls just get caught in fate's waves. We'd do anything for a semblance of control.
Spec? Oh yeah. Spirit Swarm. Taking max amped up, max Geist, max Virulence, max Frostbite, max Toxicity. Only 1 point in Burn Offering just to have the effect, 1 point in Worst Curse just to have the effect. Of course we take Bogged Down. Only 2 in Flawless Edge because we, ran out of points. Worst Curse, or not Worst Curse, Restore the Veil is there to assist amp up time. And Spirit Swarm's the linchpin here. Potent Poisons, exploit their weakness, Contagion over in the Stabbo side. Haste is just to get down the tree, and Swift Death is because this wouldn't help dots, this wouldn't help dots, this wouldn't help dots, this wouldn't help dots. So, rare Swift Death W. No Wraith Mail? I don't really need it. There's a case for Wraith Mail, but what do I give up? Damage? Meh. I could give up the worst curse point for that, I guess. But even this tiny bit of ability damage is helping Geist in the Shell. Also Plague Storm. So it'd be either give up Flawless Edge a point, or give up something way more important. Not that Burn Offering is super impactful, but again, we may as well benefit from that element when it pops up. So I suppose, technically speaking, dropping a point of Toxicity or a point of Flawless Edge for Wraithmail would be fine. Then again, 7% of 5,000 is not a lot. It'd be great when killing, like, Barforms. I'll give you that. It's not a thought to dismiss. So maybe I move 1 point there. Strange question for a period in time this game. Best thing you could do to help your build was add Spell Shot and up Blightcaller is pretty good. Do you think it's add any build to make better? No. Spell Shot's strength is from brute forcing with a big number that you can convert into other big numbers. Blightcaller doesn't have that. It's very strong in its own right, but it does not have, 200% of a stat that you can convert into all of the other relevant damage stats in various ways. It's just different. We're gonna wait, because that'll kill us.
Music to my wallet.
Leave me alone.
Gold goes so well with my robes.
Spell Shot's the OP pro tag that does everything well. Yeah. Like, even things that are explicitly not in Spell Shot's wheelhouse, like melee, are in Spell Shot's wheelhouse because spell damage can be made to work for that. It's got the most spell damage, it's got the most gun damage, and then it can convert spell damage into other relevant things. This is why it's hard to say in a completely broad sense whether spell better or blight better. I just kind of jointly place them in the upper echelon of individual class based on strength. You've got Spore chilling in a class of its own at the bottom. Yes, the bottom. Spell and Blight chilling in a class of their own at the top. And then you've got Burr and Grave in the upper middle, with Claw and Stabbo in the lower middle. But specifically Claw over Stabbo. If that put a dot on me, I would have been dead.
Looks like the last piece of gold just broke up. Have at it.
Spore Warden still at the bottom of the heap? Yes. I'm sure you've seen some content with Spore performing, and I use Spore myself on some things as well. But keep in mind, if you're going to go to the effort of the fruitless endeavor of ranking classes,
So as he robbed me,
a big part of ranking is, okay, what can you apply your class's power to? Like, not literal class power of the stat, but like, what is your class good at? And Spore just has, hey, I'm good with guns, if there's multiple targets.
even though they're always
And
my mind.
I have companion damage. That's it. That's all it does. So, if you were to say build around Bog Totem, it's a good second class for that. But that's a very specific use case. If you were to do gun builds and you want raw gun damage with some multi-target stuff, it's great at that too. But that is where the strengths of Spore Warden end. Similarly, that's why Stabomancer's down there, because Alchemical Agent, Contagion from the Shadows, all extremely powerful, and Ghostblade isn't bad by any means, but the vast majority of the skill tree is just dead weight. Ricochets do be fun though, they do. It's not worth it to put points into Active Decay? Not really, Taylor. Reason being, Active Decay, 4% poison damage per point. Look at your class feat. You get 2.5% for all elements per stack, so 25% before class power. I have 62% Blight class power right now, so each of those stacks is 62% stronger. So you have way more elemental damage just by being this class than you get from Active Decay. And the answer to why not both is because you get better overall damage by covering different categories. So say taking even a single point of Flawless Edge is doing more for your damage than taking all 5 points of Active Decay. Ah, well, same for him there. That'd have been tragic. Need your opinion, do I make an espresso martini or a Manhattan? I'm thinking a Manhattan sounds good. Yeah, same page, pragmatic. It's really good to know. Thanks for the info. You're very welcome. And that's information that you can use for all of your builds just in general. If you have a lot of one stat, you don't need more of that stat. So, for example, with exceptions, like the spell damage thing we talked about earlier, spell damage is wonky. You can just turn it into lots of other things. But gun damage is a great example. Spore Warden does not have great coverage of different kinds of stats, but the one thing it does have a lot of is gun damage. So stacking more gun damage doesn't really help the class out much relative to getting other things that it needs. So Blightcaller doesn't really want more elemental damage. Spore Warden and Spell Shot don't really want more gun damage. You're gonna have your eggs in multiple baskets, because multiplication go burr. Dot damage is its own category. Well, dot damage is different for a number of reasons. One, it's just less available in general. There's fewer ways to get it. You can get it from potent poisons. You can get it from Hilt mod if you're using one that does that. I'm not. You can get it from Miasmic Mail over here. You can get it from rolls over here. Then you get it from Demon's Blight. That's it. So it's not really as much of a trade-off case because and there's the 2 enchants for it. But also because Spirit Swarm's damage formula is literally dot formula multiplied by dot formula. You just want status damage above all else for Spirit Swarm's output. So status damage is one of those stats it's okay to go all in on if you're doing a dot build. Hey Blimp, how you doing? It's not where you streamed. That is how I pay the bills. How you doing? Yeah, move phase. The formula for Spirit Swarm is literally just a double dip with the same exact formula again. It's hilarious. It's the simplest formula in the entire game. And that's just funny. And as you can see, with a 200+K dot from running around shooting a crossblade haphazardly, it's working. Fine, I'll switch guns. Crossblade for dot builds? Yeah, Crossblade has 2 instances of damage, can cover any 2 elements you want, has the black powder crit profile, so it just crits harder, passes through objects and multiple enemies, and has a very high dot and chance. Dill, thanks for the 100 bits, I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. It was built like a mobile version of Cloudkill? Yeah. That's fair.
Osteoporosis? Because you wrecked those bones.
I already did that. Yeah, Vesper, that was really bad.
I need to think about my life.
Love the info, learn more about Blightcaller each stream. Hey, happy to provide it. Decided on crossplay as well for dot build made a couple days ago. Nice. Yeah, I'm mostly using Crossblade, White Rider, Sword Explosion, and keeping an eye out for certain launchers. I just haven't had much luck with the launchers, which is why I haven't been using them yet. Cannonballers and the vendors. Yeah, I'm not looking for Cannonballer. Cannonballer has a strong dot, but it's awkward. Load Buster. Times 2 Load Busters. Or whatever, the times 2 Torg Launcher. That consumes 1 ammo. I want that one. But, Gadzuka. Gadzuka, that's what it is. I want a times 2 Gadzuka.
Did the wyverns eat the instrument, or a tiny instrument maker? Seriously though, how did they get the instrument in the egg? Which is laid first, the egg or the wyvern? I guess in this realm, wyverns lay instruments.
Okay, which one are you in? It's being obnoxious. This one.
My heart's singing a new tune now.
What's the name of these Torg weapons? They're down bad. Mm-hmm.
Treasuries. I knew this place.
I want to do Spirit Swarm, use melee to apply dots instead of guns, say Stabbo or Burr for secondary. Stabbo.
Sure I'd stay lost.
Still Stabbo.
Go. The clearer my mind gets. Which is why I can point
Although you're not really going to have any significant melee dots. Especially in comparison to guns.
no things. Anyway,
You could maybe if you squint.
the treasury.
I'm gonna look up something real quick. Let's see. Loot Lemon. Okay, Primordial Storm Surge has a dot of 730. You could maybe, with an Ascended Storm Surge, or Frostbite. What does Frostbite have? You could maybe... Ooh, Frostbite's pretty low. You could maybe get good enough melee dots to do that. Maybe. Pretty neat getting extra percent damage off of something double the same formula. Yeah. Not the Storm Surge. How cursed would that be, Urban Mech? Storm Surge melee? Just to have Spirit Swarm? I kinda like it, honestly. I might do that. Cause like the Lightning Bolt still wouldn't be doing anything. It's the other effect. Worth trying out. Wicked Gossip Ascended has 3.6k dots. It also hits in a wide area multiple times. Wicked Gossip, I think, is going to be one of the picks for spell dot builds. It'd be between Wicked Gossip, Laser Hand, Inflammation, Gelatinous Cube, and Rain Bolt. Rain Bolt is exceptionally good, though. Like, hard to beat good. At least if you're doing swarm stuff. Like, as in, if I wasn't an impatient fuck, I'd be using Rain Bolt on this build, but my Theurge span demands that I use Arc Torrent.
We're making excellent progress. Fighting, walking around, placing levers.
Quag chose Curse stream today. When does Quag not, Pico? think Wicked Gossip's gonna end up coming meta for any kind of spell builds or something gonna happen whenever ricochets. There isn't. Blimp. It was tested. It's just... it does damage. But to your core point, yeah, it's, in terms of raw power, it's definitely up there with the likes of Laser Hand and Ice Spike. I think it's going to be a staple for spellcaster builds as well. Yeah, for your standard ambihextrous, run around pew-pewing things, caster builds, I think that's another one you want to just have. I tested those only for double dips. It was in expected damage ranges of anything that hits multi-target like that. I did not notice anything out of the ordinary by looking at the values you provided. I wouldn't be opposed to giving it another once-over, but it seems completely ordinary. It just hits hard, that's all. Yeah, and it's impossible. It's possible that something was missed, but it does seem to be functioning exactly how it presents itself. It is simply good.
And we should be good.
Is it better for my totems to have companion damage or ability damage on my rings? Depends on your classes. I would hazard a guess and say companion damage. Unless you're a Spore Warden. In which case, there's more of a case for ability damage. Because Spore gets only one ability boost in Tree, but multiple companion boosts of large values. This would also swing if you ran a Frenzied Wrath amulet. Like, with stacks of that up, you have a lot of companion damage. So, having ability covered would be better as well. Why is the rainbow that good? Never able to make it work. My C50 spell burr. That's because your C50 spell burr isn't focusing on dots, Grasshopper. The Rainbolt's entire thing is it guaranteed applies a dot each time it hits. So, a full cast of a Rainbolt on a target applies multiple dots. Now, with bonus elements, you're getting a lot of dots. With Contagion, you're getting a lot more dots. And all of that is going to feed into your Echo, into Plague Storm if you're using that. It's going to create a Spirit Swarm. It's not a direct damaging spell. It's not very good at that at all.
I can't imagine anyone placing those levers better than you did. Mostly because that would be so boring.
True Blightcaller, never forget to dot their eye. Well done.
All of this is giving me such warm feelings. And I know just what else we need to turn up the heat even more.
A lot of souls so far.
Yes, this whole place is burning. We must be close. If I seem cold, it's because these monsters stole my soul fire. We all need a light in our lives, and mine was ripped from my heart. By the looks of it, I'm keeping it here.
A Swarm of Companion? I think it is for the purposes of thralls. But it is damage source dot. It doesn't get companion damage or anything. It might get harvest, I don't know.
That wyvern has my fire. I hope it gives you heartburn, you block-headed fool.
Would a good single cast triple ice spike do the trick for a blight spell build? It wouldn't be good at dots, but it would be good at damage. Not for ASA companion enchant. It doesn't get companion damage. Its entire formula is dot. That's it. It's just a living dot. By Wyborg.
Gorgeous powers. If I was alone, I would swaddle myself in them and never leave. As for now, we have one last task.
Gets harvest boost thralls, doesn't get companion damage buffs. Thank you, son.
My one piece of advice for the monster you're about to face: show no fear. Cast doubt from your mind. They are the living embodiment of every lost soul's fear. He feeds on our pain. Don't dwell on the hurt. Deliver it instead.
They look too comfortable with their mortality.
Incredible.
Ooh.
Defeated.
Primordial Vengeance. Melee crossbolts. It can get melee crossbolts. It's not really useful, but it can.
Way too much. The emoting happening is out of 10 when it could be taken down to like a 3.
Of course. More than enough lost souls to merit a reward.
Guess the card stuff and melee weapons for plus status effect damage only applies to the melee swing? Yes. So we get so much of Vesper setup, but we have another DLC offering. Keep in mind, Urban Mech, the intro cutscene for each level of the mirror is different. So we still have more Vesper story we haven't seen yet. We'll be getting more each Thursday until the 4th form is delivered. After that, no idea. Curious to see how the fight evolves? Yeah. I hope it remains fun. You know, Bolt Lash's dot isn't that bad. Like, compare it to Twister, 89 per projectile. Bolt Lash, 513. That's better. And sure, the projectile counts are very different. I just want this item to have a use case. It just doesn't. Trailer they released it, they kind of spoiled some of it. That's why I didn't watch it. I don't watch trailers most of the time. Class trailers? Sure. Content trailers? No. Morning, fan. How you doing? Hope you enjoy your lurk. I feel like trailers and most things spoil too much nowadays. I agree. I agree. Vengeance of Romance. Come this Thursday, Quag versus a dragon. Can he win? Yes. Will he win? Yes. Wait and find out.
Watch out,
Sigh. It's so heavy. Why?
Essentially the weight of an entire universe. I'm only teasing. But it did feel important, didn't it?
Ascended Spell Blight with area damage, move speed, and health regen. Now those passives are great. That multi-class for armor isn't. Because like, imbued weapon sucks, except for, I guess, applying different dots with your gun. Spell Sniper is minor, and then what is that, Worst Curse? Pass. That's rough. Let's do some chamber. Vengeance of Romance is definitely a made-for-TV movie. The Vengeance of Romance. Sounds like a Lifetime movie. Oh yeah, what do I want enchant-wise on this Arc Torrent? Spellcast damage dealt? Okay. Crit chance ain't bad. I have action skill star damage dealt on my melee weapon already. Thinking about it, is there anything more advantageous I could roll over there? No, because we rolled away from the elemental enchants because we already have class feat, Blightcaller class feat for that. Nope. See how this does for boss runs. Just struggling with my Shroom Wraith gun build, trying to make Spore Fuse do tons of damage. Spore Fuse require a lot of good gear to make work. Do I need to get good? Your gun needs to do damage. That's it. Spore Fuse does good damage if your gun does good damage.
One more for the soul fire.
I think I saw a 1 mil bolt there. In fact, origin trailers for movies of the trailer, it came after the movie.
Suck it up, losers. Step delivery incoming.
I wish Threads of Fate had a better dot. I would totally use that for some dot stuff. I still want to make that Threads of Fate build. The gun I have it on is a non-chaos White Rider. Okay, so White Rider does very low individual damage per tick. Spore Fuse is based off of a single tick of damage. And you have a low version of a low damage item. What would you recommend? more damage. Would we want to play at mill as well for more fuses? No, because they would all just do less damage. If the issue is dealing damage, you don't want to decrease your damage for more damage. I meant gear. If you're using Barrage in a gun build, then you use Spore Fuse on any guns that you want to do damage. Doesn't matter what they are, you just use it. If you're not satisfied with your results from Spore Fuse on that gun, then use a gun that has more upfront damage. Sword Explosion is a gun that has upfront damage. You know, but just most guns in general, just use something that hits harder. Like, there's no specific answer unless you want me to sit and list, like, 80% of the guns in the game. Just use gun with high number. Switch everything out of my amp Blightcaller to more dot damage and it slaps. Hey, let's go. Yeah, Coffee. Chaos Trial bosses are fixed. They changed that a few months ago. They are in a set order. You can exclamation point Chaos Trials to see that order. Shooting through terrain with Crossblade is so toxic. Out of the boss to memorize through order, definitely some that I know by the curse I'm forced to take. I'm forced to a nasty spell, this will be Dragon Lord. That's how I remember it as well, Jaybridge, yeah. I remember the ones on the 7s are Drill. What's Wastard on? Is he on the 6s? And I know Solissa's the last one you have to do, whereas Dragon Lord is the first of every new bracket. Those are the only ones I remember.
It's my asthma.
Solissa shoots through terrain, so it's fair game. I respect that. I respect that. Out damn dot on this build. Good joke. I imagine Fred the Goblin having a mimic named Minnie and he rides on. I'm on board with this. Morning, patient number 9. How you doing? And BL1, the Tink's Riding Skag could ruin your day. I remember as a teenager, those frustrated me, yeah. Wastard is even sixes. Odd fours. Ah. No, that does make sense, Roddy. That does. Hey, Glenny. How you doing? Let's hit armors. That's what I'm here for. Good, how about you? Just 9 would be fine? Sure thing. I'm doing well. I'm doing well. We're enjoying a little bit of armor farming for this this dot build. I've been working on optimizing. We switched to an armor with good skills, but the actual legendary effect of it is doing basically nothing for me. So I'm trying to change that. Get like this skill roll on something else. Also working on rolling the right enchant onto this upgrade for our Arc Torrent we got today. Comparing it to the old one, we got a bit more damage because higher chaos tier, and we swapped out the crit damage part for a cooldown part, which is more advantageous because we can spam just that a little bit faster. That's cool stuff. Cannonball is hard to aim. Yeah, that's why my goal for launchers for this build is Gadzukas. Because they're more direct. You good, just working? How are you? Doing well. Other than allergies kicking my butt. Don't miss those kamikaze claptraps? Yeah. Yeah. Vegeta Fort. I saw, someone I follow posted they got a victory royale with Bulma using a Kamehameha, and I was like, Fortnite moment. Is the Mole Man any good for fire launcher? Is Zuka simply better? Mole Man's more of a spam thing. It doesn't leave a significant dot. The Torg launchers are the go-to for dots, followed by the Skulldugger launchers. Now that I'm thinking about it, is Diamond Gauntlets the play for this build, chat? Get a Stabbo Blight Diamond Gauntlets? Because we could just stand still. More dark magic efficiency means our wards fill up faster. More crit chance is great for our dots. Even, 50% crit chance in general is not huge, but for dots, it's nice. The elemental damage isn't huge, but all that means is we don't really have to stress about which element. Wait, is Diamond Gauntlets in the vendor? It totally is. This works out perfectly. This works out perfectly. Okay. Okay. You have to stand still? Yeah. I don't know how I feel about this. So I'll take it. That's my policy. If I have to look at an armor twice to figure out if it's good, I pick it up. Oh. Oh. Where's the dark magic coming from? Contagion. Well, that's an upgrade. We're just gonna put that right on. Yeah, that's an upgrade. It's even got movement speed. Hello? Hey Dex, how you doing? So yeah, we can just we can hit for launchers now. We got an armor upgrade. I'm still gonna look at the vendor for those diamond gauntlets. Because I still do like that idea. But now we can just hit for launchers. I don't even care that the armor's only chaotic, because class power here is just elemental damage, which we have a lot of, and crit chance, which we have a lot of. Like, I guess the lower Blightcaller power would make my Geist in the Shell a bit noticeably weaker, but, like, who cares? Having the right skills on the right armor is the most important thing for this build. And Miasmic Veil is, good. Good, how are you? Doing well. Doing well. Wasn't feeling so good yesterday. A bit of a pain day. But, better today so far. Suppose no-brainer Miasmic Mail is not impressive on this build. But Miasmic Mail is very impressive on this build. Just, I didn't have one. Not a good one, anyway. Miasmic Mail is absolutely sick for this build. I just didn't think I'd get one. Crit Connoisseur as well. Oh, this is gonna be rude. If you got the time, I'm sure there are no calculated, conclusive, excuse me, discoveries last night, but I posted some pictures showing what happens when you ricochet Wicked Gossip. I can look. You post your skill tree and gear you're using for that testing, Blimp? Because that's interesting. %, consistent every time. Anything in your gear that would be affecting this? And skill tree. But yeah, that definitely looks more suspicious than the testing accounted for. Which is why we retest. Well, we have multiple people on it. Good eye. Further up in the chat? Cool. And curse testing? Yeah, yeah. Thank you, thank you. That melt. This is a volatile sword explosion. Like, I looked at the dot and was like, wow, that's really good. And then saw the chaos tier. I'm like, ugh. I believe Stone Swan looked into it. The highest dot you can get on sword explosion is like 3.6k. On an ascended one. It just has no business having that dot. It just has no business having this much dot damage. Don't know what I want to do with Blightcaller because I'm simply bored of stab on. I don't know what else could work. Thinking of gun build, any insight? Spore or Spell for gun build could work very well. Got a Primordial 2949, thought that was high. That is high. Like, the point is, Sword Explosion is so good that even with, like, a low Chaos tier or a low roll, it's still got ridiculous dot damage. And it's just got good upfront hit damage, which means your Geist in the Shells will be, like, good. Geists in the Shell, I should say, I guess. Blightcaller, the best class name in Wonderlands for real. Hey Carter, how you doing? Okay, this game is spoiling me today. What did I do? Because it's spoiling me. I'll take it.
You need to recharge.
Strimmer luck. Yeah, apparently. Is Monstrosity different from Blue Hat Monstrosity? I don't know. Hey, Pupty, how are you? Quite the pampering for Wednesday? Real. Partial Blightgeist. Blightgeist is a very cool name. Stop missing.
Now who wants that?
Well, when saw someone told me someone is reselling my emotes on Etsy. Apparently the person bought my emotes on Etsy only to resell them on Etsy.
I'm not dying today.
That's fucked. I am immediately enraged on your behalf. I'm sorry I have to go through that shit. Ugh. How are you? I'm okay today. Yesterday wasn't good in the evening, but I'm okay right now. People are scum. Yep. Doesn't Shadowfire Chuck get gun damage? Yes.
Here's a shocker for ya.
Gun damage does not make gun dots bigger. Hear me out, Shadowfire Chuck build Blight Spell Shot. Yeah, gun damage does not make gun dots bigger. So it would still be better off Blight Stabbo. Now you get some really good just upfront damage by applying Spell Shot there. Adding 7th class to class mods and farming's pain. But you still got people saying no rare farms. So it's fine. Are you thinking I can do something cool? You can absolutely do it, Frolio, and it would be good, actual, like, chuck damage. You'd still get enough of a dot that Spirit Swarm would be there helping you out. It could still work as a concept. New Torgrave will have a good dot number. I haven't found one yet. I don't remember it having a good dot. I don't have one on me, but I don't remember the dot being very good. Sorry to hear it. Glad you're feeling better. Hope hanging out with friends can be nice for a little bit at least. Yeah, streaming keeps me distracted. From it. So, it helps. Oh, jeez.
Back to work. A little light now. A lot of color. Hey, it's a flood in your day.
Yeah, I should just White Rider for Lachance. He's, too dangerous. This is part of what I mean when I say Lachance is unironically more threatening than Wastard. Because there you go, you saw it in action. Lachance is actually more of a threat than Wastard. Wonder why Gearbox made the Wildling armor, the Spore Warden combo, not Berserker. Have you even seen Game of Thrones? Ah, yes. Show me the part of Game of Thrones where they said, yes, if there was a multi-class, it would be Berserker. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yes. Show me the part of that. Have they only done one community featured? Yes. They said they want to do another, but who knows if the plans for that are still intact. Community did kind of out itself for being even worse than we thought they were shortly after that featured, so... I'll cast my vote for all Pigwort. Right there with you, loading screen. That sounds delightful. Turn this down in the mix a little bit. The bunnies are slightly loud. There we go. A friend of Doggos. How you doing? George R. Martin would absolutely be a Berserker, though. Would he, though? Would he, though? Because Berserkers do things promptly. Are you going for launchers? I am. I totally forgot. Got some good armors here, though. Some very good armors. I completely forgot that that was what I was doing, so, awkward. Into Game of Thrones, I started watching in, when Season 7 was airing. Because someone forced me to, like, sit down and watch. And I was like, this sucks, and like 3 episodes in, I was like, actually, this is kind of cool. So then I went and caught up. So I wasn't as impacted by it being kind of shit in the end. It was entertaining. Oh, unnecessary shade. Am I wrong, though, Kirk? Good, thanks. How about you? Hopefully things are smooth. Things are good. Things are good. Dot build is coming along very nicely. How does the dot from Crying Apple? Not at all. All Pigwort? Who hurt you? Not Pigwort enough. That's what I had today for the spin-off. That's just something I can't bring myself to care about, personally. Especially because they've said some weird things. Like, the fact that as a passerby, I know very little about the show other than they're gonna have sexual violence in it. Like, you could have just not marketed with that. That's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. I don't necessarily want that to be the only thing I know about a piece of entertainment. You know what I mean? Like, Is saying the big juicy, quaggalicious, datalicious, a bannable offense here? I'll think about it. I will consider it. Last season Game of Thrones burned so many bridges, and it's allegedly because the showrunners wanted to rush it out the door so they could go work on their Star Wars movies that they're no longer getting. So, get fucked. Artistic integrity wins again.
Lightning lance. Jet delivery incoming. A little light now. A lot of color.
Is a dot like in a barrel maker? Pretty terrible, actually. That's surprising. 348? Huh.
Yes, the meeting was so. How can I be out of net?
I see so many bolt lashes in general. Is anyone else also cursed with that item? 5 seasons of care and focus, one word slipped and then just off the cliff. Come on, give them all a chance? Never. Never.
Visceral would look good on them. I am the hand of death.
It's cursed with rain bolts and storm surges. A bit earlier, Trade Secret, we were talking about how good Rain Bolt is for dot builds now, and how I'm considering doing a Storm Surge thing. So that's funny to me. I guess ability crit chance would help Pog Totem here. Pog Totem Diamond Gauntlets? Sure. If Fix Storm Surge, it's got 2 effects. So the Lightning Bolt, no, but the guaranteed dot works. Floats menacingly into chat. Hey, Priz.
Still, work to do. Lay back, I'm coming.
Blight Grave. HP, all damage melee. 3 Flawless Edge, 1 Lord of Edges, 1 Wraithmail. Meh. It's trying to be impressive. Hi, Kevin. What are you doing? Unity phases are overrated. They don't actually happen nearly as often as people like to make them out as happening. Well, maybe that's just a their build thing. Because obviously you get
I believe there's a cabin near you.
more on Dragon Lord and Celissa if you have less damage. He gets his claws stuck, but then he won't let me move my hand to get his claw unstuck. So that's what just happened there. Because he's like, no, pet me. Like, bro, you're stuck. Sure does love the quack beds. He does, Douglas. He does. Does the mic pick up him purring? It's quite loud. I don't know if it does. Okay, I need my hand back, Kevin. Makes me giggle, cute as fuck. He is. He's a good boy. Okay, Kevin, lay down. I need my hand. Thank you. Sorry about that. I'm not sorry, though. He's shedding a bunch. So I just caught a piece of it out of the air that almost landed in my mug. Multi-ball or not, and cannonball or big immobile bosses. I think you have a higher dot on impact. You have more upfront damage and individual dot chances on multi-ball, but I think you have a higher dot on impact. Cats are the best? They are, Lizery. You think we won't be able to try out all these armors we've picked? Maybe. Maybe. Alright, so looking for good ×2 Torgs here. ×1 would be acceptable if it rolled well enough. Like this. We want this, but in higher chaos tiers and different elements. Boot Knocker's not bad. A Maine Coon, he's massive. I had a neighbor with a Maine Coon a few years ago. A cat that would just, like, pretend to be a dick, but actually just really loved being pet. So surface level was just super moody, but you would pet her and she'd be like, alright, I'm sitting in your lap and you're doing this for the rest of the day. Quagger Chat, need to build most powerful broken character farm and cast 50 main spore ward and secondary blight. It's gonna depend entirely on how you're trying to do damage, Douglas. Like, spore blight would be good for guns or, I guess, ability damage. Spore spell would have a claim to that too. You could do Spore Stabo for some good multi-target stuff. Or some melee. Like, it's really gonna depend on how you want to do your damage. And Spore as a whole is just the weakest class in the game, so be aware. You can make it viable, it's just your avenues of success are more limited than other classes. And was this a 5,000 ×2 Gedzuka in here? Did I see that correctly? Oh, I sure did. 5180. I want this, but elemental. Fantasy, Chamber Basilisk, exclamation point Chaos Trials. See Mac. Not much luck with the launchers that run. And moving a main coon off your lap constitutes a workout? Yeah. Does Lazy update his class paragraph? I don't know. I'll have to ask him about that later today. Hey, you got a typo in there. I'll grab it for you. Here you go. Spore is the real meme, great bow. Is ASA 35% elemental needed on a full dot build? Too much of the same thing hurts the builds. It's not needed at all, and I wouldn't even call it good. Because taking any elemental enchants on a Blightcaller is like, but why though? You have Whisper of Rot, which, with no class power, no skill points invested, nothing, is equal to Dragon Aura, one of Clawbringer's best skills that's in Tier 2. So, you don't need other elemental stuff, because that on its own is amazing. Now, combine that with the fact that it scales up with class power, so you get even more. You just don't need more. You don't need more. Been Spore Berserker, really struggling to C50. It's just make a new main, but I got to C50, I don't want to restart. You can make Spore viable. Like I said, gun stuff is going to be what you're pretty much forced into for that, in all honesty. But you can do it. You can do it. Oh yeah, I need to roll the, Primordial one. There's a couple enchants I'd settle for here. And I'm not getting any of them. That's acceptable. Let's roll the spell for now, then. Get a wall at Chaos 9. Any suggestions help? What's Chaos 9? Is that, Wastard? Is that Wastard? Celissa. Are you attempting to use a lightning weapon on her? Because she has lightning resistance. That's what trips up the most people. If you were playing Blightclaw, would you not take Dragon Aura? I would take Dragon Aura because it's just that good, but, like, that's a reason I wouldn't immediately go Blightclaw, because, like, what do you get out of each in that scenario? Oh yeah, I wanted to, move a point to Wraithmail. Let's do that. I feel like I'm not doing enough damage. What are you trying to damage the boss with? Like, what specifically? What gun? And what element? And, what's your multi-class? All that information can help us troubleshoot. Do I need more Frostbite? I could probably just chill with one Frostbite here, and then go more Flawless Edge. That'd be more consistent, I think. Because you still get 12% crit chance for 1 point. That's, like, not bad at all. Do you want another 12% crit chance, or just a 6% overall damage increase? It's not 6% fresh mult, but... Or an additional Wraithmail. Maybe I just go more Wraithmail. I feel like I don't need more survivability. Let's try that out, experiment. I could go some nimble fingers here, so I get more, fire rate for some of those guns after I'm delivering Echo, but I don't really think that's worth it compared to just having the swift death points. Max status. I could take Constitution for some good buffer here, honestly. Especially considering I have that Constitution penalty. But no, I think taking Strength and Dex is the way. See triple amp? You did. You did, right here. Poison, Spore Blight. Okay, Poison is not helping you as an element there. It's not really hurting you. I don't think Solissa specifically resists poison, whereas a lot of other coiled do. And what gun? Like, what gun are you using? Would be the specific question. Was that one skill blocked? What do you mean? What do you mean blocked? Fire's good against Solissa. Yeah, fire in her flesh phase is great. Got one day to launch, never used it, didn't want to though. I really like it with Blight because you have a lot of ways to restore your wards. Is this Chaos Bug? Or am I just cracked? It's always a good sign when you can't tell. I can't tell. I can't tell. Person told me I sold them, so they deserve the right to sell them. That's not how that works. That's... what? What?
You fell for it. Classic.
That's so infuriating. Like, that's the kind of shit someone says when they know they're being an asshole. They just think they can get away with it. I really think they can't even... They tried to tell me to write my TOS better, even though it was written well, and they're trying to play dumb. It's a classic self-report. Someone who believes themselves to be the smartest person in the room, but is very transparently not. Ugh. The Hawk can be good for the fire dot? Look at the number, tell me. I don't know the Hawkins stat offhand, but I remember being unimpressed. Hey Amber, how you doing? I am the smartest person in the room, yet I'm alone in my room, but still the smartest. Confidence is key. $600 dot? Yeah, that's not great. This dot duration, it's lasting long enough. The Dragon Lord is still taking damage when I phase Bernadette. As long as I'm fast, which I wasn't there, but... Can you finish this, Spirit Swarm? No? Unfortunate. Mod check? Okay. Hades plushies arrived. Nice. I've decided Hawkins just doesn't cut it for damage. I still want to like it, but use it on sticky mode, shoot it at the ground, reload, and then watch the room get cleared. Hawken is one of the faster clearing things in the entire game, just because it's basically Pixies but Torg. Hawken is great. You just need to use it properly. Whenever you reload a Hawken, or whenever a sticky from it detonates, it makes a bird that seeks out an enemy. And those do large damage. I can see you're building gear. Ping me in the chat while I'm in the loot room, and I can go over it for you, and you can screenshot or clip as you need to. But I'd be happy to go over the spec for you in the loot room. Take Nullify. Spirit Storm gets status, crit chance, or companion. It's all status. Status, status, status. So shield gives Twisted Amp, that's Deuces, yeah. Decided I want to play all the Ace of Attorney games. Already played the original trilogy and now playing the great Ace Attorney duology. It's a lot of fun. Nice. Surplus of busy, so I'm cutting my prices. Get your busy here, 10 busies for $1. What a deal. Plague Storm's so fun. Can try Deuce's Visage. Can it be enchanted? No. That is the reason I'm not using it. Cannot be enchanted. Also, it does drain slightly more wards, but like that's not a big deal. But it can't be enchanted. Pretty good without the enchant though? Yeah. It can still be very good. I should have led with a crossblade there, get through the wards first, apply a bigger starting dot for Spirit Swarm. But we learned. Isn't there another unique amp board? Sweet Dreams. Sweet Dreams, I believe is the name. Gives you a bigger amp the longer you wait at max wards before firing it. Is the effect? Blight Stabo. If this was Stabo Blight, I'd buy it, but nope. What was that? Nah. Stop by to say, hey, today's gonna be an all-day sucker. Make another video. Good luck calling those blades. Hey, Maniki. I wish you the best of luck. And it's good to see you. If we ever get a melee ward in Wonderlands, I hope to call it the Sword. We have the Maced Wardu, which is a melee ward. But I'm down to start calling that a Sword. Melee Nova. It's like a stinger. I hope we don't get that. Although, honestly, we couldn't spam it as much, so maybe it'd be fine. Since when is Quagcaller a thing? A week now? 2 weeks? A week and a half, about. Felicia did an amazing job with it, as always. I say word break would be cool. It would be fun. It would be fun. And I don't think it'd be necessarily problematic balance-wise at all, because we don't have ward scaling in this game. And the more spammable action skills are the ones that could justify its use a lot. So you could use, say, Feral Surge, Barrage, Bog Totem for that. Spell Shot would have very limited access to it. Graveborn would have very limited access to it. It would keep it balanced. I think it'd work out fine, yeah. Stabo would have limited access to it. So if we were gonna do like something Stinger-like, you would just need a suitable second class to have an action skill you could spam. I think it would work out well. A Barber Bee with a bit of Blightcaller flavor, I wonder. I mean, you're either losing damage and tank from losing Berserker, or you're losing the build by losing Stabomancer, so... no. So we're gonna reroll some of these launchers in a minute. You guys can stare at that. I will BRB. I gotta go to Little Strimmer's room. Oh, also, I did promise that build breakdown. I'm back, by the way. No, I'm not talking from the bathroom. So, I'm using Blightcaller Stabomancer. We go into Stabo specifically for Contagion, Potent Poisons, and Exploit their weakness. Haste is just good because movement speed's nice. And Swift Death is there because the other skills here don't benefit our dots, and we do need to get down the tree somehow. So Swift Death isn't a great skill, but it's something. Over in the Blight tree, though, we max out Virulence because dot chance and duration. Geist in the Shell because we're going to be shooting a lot anyway. May as well have additional damage. A couple points in Wraithmail for tank. A couple points Flawless Edge for damage, especially because Wraithmail and Amped Up are going to keep our wards high, along with Restore the Veil down here. Bog Down is there because we are using poison weapons often enough, and we have Geist in the Shell, so the Soaked bonus will be nice anytime we're using Lightning or Frost. Worst Curse is there just because that little bit of ability damage does help Geist in the Shell. And we're going to have Dark Magic dots from Contagion anyway, so we may as well grab 1 point there. Same logic with Frostbite, a little bit of crit chance is nice, so 1 point. 1 point Burn Offering, just to get a little bit of gun damage, a little bit of spell cooldown. We could move all 3 of those points to Flawless Edge for more damage, but I prefer having access to these boosts. Just to be a little more consistent, because these won't require having wards, whereas this does. And Active Decay would just be non-impactful. Hex Machina could be okay for launchers. We might end up going more into Hex Machina. See how that works out. Toxicity is cooldown and crit damage, which is nice. Companion damage doesn't do anything for us, but crit damage is good, even though kind of a small value. But the cooldown is really nice. 36% cooldown is good. Because we are using Plague Storm, which is a long cooldown. Restore the Veil is there to help us keep good uptime on Flawless Edge. And Spirit Swarm is our main damage here. It is a double dip of your dot formula, so it's super powerful. Hero points wise, max Strength, max Wisdom, remainder Dexterity. I have whatever the Cunning archetype is. I don't remember the actual background name. But the one that is plus Strength, plus Intelligence, minus Constitution. It's not necessarily like optimal here. Village Idiot would still be better, probably. Maybe. But it's just what I have. Hey, Lizery, thank you for the 3 months. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Rocket Lawn Chair. When are we getting a stream from the bathroom? I mean, I just made a stream in the bathroom. Thank you so much, Lizery. I appreciate it. Let's roll the cryo one first. Cross streams.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Hey Quag, 3 months already.
Thank you, Lizery. I appreciate it. Appreciate you. Hope you continue to enjoy all the stuff. And it's good having you around. Not fantastic luck in the reroll department today, I must say. Ah, yes, 13% resistance on my guns. Functional UI. Oh, and they all have the same dot now. Functional. I don't know how this broke in the patch, but it's annoying. I don't like it. Let's go back to the other Arc Torrent for now, since I'm having bad reroll luck in general. And then, I could honestly probably, instead of White Rider, run... Where is it? Not the Load Buster... Could run the Boot Knocker instead of the Sword Explosion, honestly. But no, the Sword Explosion just has a higher dot. Why would I do that? Like, hello? Gross. Imelda's little helper, in case you didn't know. Boo. Crit from Frostbite, the same type like Awe? No, it's the sneak attack kind, but you have a better quantity. It's 12% per point instead of 3. And it's in the same exact place in the skill tree. You get 3% for a point here, and you get 12 here. Plus, 9% melee damage. I'm using spells to proc status, a couple spells with ridiculous status damage. Some spells are good for that. Rainbolt is exceptionally good at applying statuses for this kind of build, Blimp. And then you have Inflammation, Gelatinous Cube, Wicked Gossip, Laser Hand all have good spell dots. Time Skip. Time Skip's another good one. And crit chance 1 damage. Oh, yeah, but thinking derp. Awe isn't special crit chance, Andrew. It's just crit chance. It's just crit chance. The crit damage from Awe is special. That's what tripped me up there. Crit chance goes in the same place. It's crit chance. This is the same as that. It's crit chance. Hey, Stone Swan, how you doing?
Are you prepared? We'll see.
I like that.
Plague on all your houses.
Get my amp health active. That's nice. Cool.
Finally, a sign of
Bastard. Your boy's about to get bullied.
my scythe would like to meet them.
He's so free. This boss just doesn't do anything. Working on 2.0 Spellblade and Sloop Pools since keep getting it from him? No. It does not. Spellblade is in Wastard's Loot Pool. Visuals in this gun are so cool. Big fan? Yeah. Shadowfire is cool.
One more for the soul fire.
You think Burr Blight Capstone would be better for a gun build? Are you doing a Burr Blight gun build? Is the question I need to ask there? And if so, which action skill are you using? Because the answer does change. I blew myself up. I might word it horribly, switching between Pog and Plague Storm. I'd say Burr Capstone if you're doing Plague Storm. If you're not... If you're doing Bog Totem, then Spirit Swarm of the two. Because Blood of the Fallen actually does literally nothing for Pog Totem. It just doesn't.
It's your funeral.
Didn't like Plague Storm with Blood of the Fallen since you can't move Plague Storm at all. I mean, you could just place it somewhere good then. But I get your meaning. Goofy rocket jump attempts, you caught me. I was hoping that would leave a bigger dot. It did not. A little better. Could do better though. There we go, that's better. Really enjoy Blight Capstone, so I'll stick with my current setup. Cool. Blight Capstone is quite good. I'm very much enjoying it. It's just really reliable. As long as you have some sort of significant dot starting it, even if you don't have a way to ramp the dot up, like with Contagion and Plague Storm, Echo, all that shenanigans, it's still just a good, consistent source of damage that can target anything. I've yet to find something that Spirit Swarm can't hit.
It's my asthma. Overloaded.
Morning, Greater Than Gone. How you doing? Oh. That didn't work out as I envisioned. Again, that was, unfortunate happenstance.
Let's do it again soon.
Thanks, Plague Storm. Very cool. Good, tired, that'll dissipate soon enough. I feel you there. Running Mosquitoes, just ridiculous damage. Oh, well then you don't need to think about your build at all, because Mosquito. Your choices don't matter. You have Mosquito. Actually, though. Doesn't hit Quartz and Chambers. I've had it hit Quartz. It might not be consistent, but I've had it do it. I'll have to do a featured run and try and position it in a way that it does. If only Storm Smite had good damage. Yeah. Storm Smite got a sort of indirect nerf with Oath of Fire and Oath of Thunder now working for Awe, which is something I was afraid of for a long time. Why I was always against that change. Because the only use case that Awe and Blasphemous Favor had was that they could trigger Awe. And now they're useless. they don't change Mosquito next hotfix, I'll start taking it serious. I mean, we're in month 5 of Buffmeister not being changed, Scroll. And Pixies have been buffed 3 or 4 times. I would not hold my breath if I were you. Give me the cliff notes on Mosquito. Basically, it creates a crossbow that does damage based on 100% of the thing that spawned it. So it double dips with the same base value as the final damage, and it inherits the damage source. The only downside is it can't crit. So let's say I hit for, 100,000 damage, and that was on a crit, and it places a Mosquito Bolt, where the base damage of the new hit is 100,000, and then it gets damage formula again. Hey Ramen, how you doing? Maybe you can lead it there, I can't actually target it with ping. I think that's how it works, yeah.
I'll make this fun.
I could have a much better Shadow Fire as well.
Death delivery incoming. Here's the for ya.
Shadow Fire's Bay. Yeah. What's Sabo doing in the setup? Dots. Is dot build.
See you later, Death. I hope the void is
Are we dotting? Yes. Putting Storm out there with drill look cool? Yeah. I'm a big fan of doing that. God damn it. Oh, we got him. Oh, is that an Arc Torrent? Sure is. We got a better one today. I just haven't been able to roll the right enchant. Basically, 6 to 7 second cooldown, 4 charges. Will trigger amped up if it applies a dot. And we're using it for Theurge. Hey Gage, how you doing? Good to see you. What you're saying is dots? Exactly. No idea Clubbers could go that high. Honestly, I'm not even banking on it having a great chance, but yeah, that's a pretty good chance. Now that you mention it. We have a lot of chance boosts, because Virulence. So yeah, I suppose it's pretty consistent. Hopping on Wonderlands now because this looks fun. Hey, let's go. Double dipping dots even. Let's not get crazy. Got a crazy Blight Grave Ascended Amalgam. Ooh. Very nice. Like a good Dazzler with, say, 2 cooldown parts and an extra charge could be decent for applying dots as well, but at that point, you should just use a Rain Bolt. Like, if you're not using an Arc Torrent and you want to apply shock dots, just use a Rain Bolt. Or applying any dots, really. Rain Bolt is just better, but for Plague Storm purposes, I'm using Arc Torrent. Because, the urge. Found my very first overworld mimic. Nice. Triple dip. Contagion Spirit Swarm's a triple dip. Yeah. Yeah, it is. Triple dip and dots. Dots by Little John. They got the mosquito going back to soak. If you're enjoying the mosquito Lizard, by all means. Just know that it is more impactful than the entirety of the rest of your build. Trippin' dots. Hey Pinky, how are you? Takes a triple W to be competitive with some other things, but I'll take it. I've been through enough. Dots are here. Now this Bedlam doesn't have a fantastic dot, but 4 projectiles. It sounds fun. Fun, damn it. Start having fun. If you say it aggressively enough, maybe it'll work. But I am having a good time with this build. Don't need that. Let's copy it from what I have in another build. Don't need that. Don't need that. What about polka dots? You ruined it, Stump. You ruined it. Honestly, I don't know what to do with you. I'm disappointed in you, but I can't say I'm surprised. Be better. Ooh, that's a blue cake upgrade. That's another blue cake upgrade. Let's see, which of these is better? Exactly as I'd like to be, thank you. $4,600. But a lower dot. Funny how that works out. Funny how that works out. See, Kevin is Kevining for the camera. He is. Just living his little Kevin life. 4 more hours so I can jump on, start having fun. Let's go. Blight's got the rods, so we started shooting dots. It do be like that. Hey, maybe don't spoil items that aren't legitimately accessible, Andrew.
Enter if you dare. But seriously, you should dare.
Just got a tip from the Grim voice. I don't think I'll take up. Bringing Dead livens up any party. Wheel has them all. The wheel has week 1 items, scroll. Week 1. And now I'm not just looked at what it does on Loot Lemon. Okay, let's have a thought experiment here. Is it obtainable in the game by someone who's only done week 1 right now? I'll answer that for you. No. So how would someone know what the name of the item is or what it does? They would have to either look out on the interwebs, either at blog post or Loot Lemon, or they would have to have it spoiled for someone. You're spoiling. If it's not in the game, keep it out of my chat. That's simple. I do not like spoilers for myself or for anyone who tries to also remain spoiler-free. I don't need the "but it's not a spoiler" copium. It's a spoiler. Ludelmon. Ludelmon is great. Action skill start, status, chance, and damage. That's only 10 seconds, but like that could be pretty good. If I was doing a From the Shadows version, that would just be better. I think I'm gonna take that anyway. Maybe we mess around with that. Ludelmon is my favorite Digimon. Respectable. I don't know why I thought it out always, because very frequently people will bypass the weekly system and then forget that they did that, or pretend that they didn't do that. Hey Ghosting, how you doing? Been a while, hope you're doing fantastic. I'm doing great. How are you?
It's your funeral.
I forgot to roll the blue cake. We could blue cake anyway, though. Although I have crossblade, I don't really need to do that. When the name's on the official website. Okay. Listen to what I said. Go back in the VOD. If you're gonna fucking argue with me over what I defined as a spoiler in my chat, listen to what I said. You would have to go to the official website or Loot Lemon. Guess where it's not? In the fucking video game. Some people don't go out of their way to read through every bit of info in every blog post or watch through every trailer. Don't fucking argue with me in my chat about what defines a spoiler. This is your first and only warning. Do you understand? Yes or no in the chat, please. That's not a yes or a no. Take 10 minutes to not talk. And think about the stupidity of arguing with someone on a spoiler policy. Well, that's an item. Hey, Storm Surge, we were talking about that earlier. Inflammation with an extra charge. That's another good thing for Theurge spamming. Plague Storm Echo, very satisfying. It's so nice. Two dots, one gun is a video I would watch. So running Plague Storm echoes the desired hilt? In my opinion, yes. Amp is very good for dot builds, as is Echo. There's an argument for replacing one of them with Caustic. But Amp is more raw damage going in. and there's only 2 places you can get amp, whereas there's many more you can get status damage. So I do prefer running amp. And then Echo with Plague Storm is just super nice. Figured out my SOCOM friend gave me has been modded this entire time. It's like I'm sticking a mosquito. That's unfortunate. Unfortunately, we end up with a lot of that in the community. People just distributing gear without bothering to see if what they've created is possible. Kind of ruins it for the rest of us. Gives the entire practice of save editing a bad rap. I should White Rider Imelda. But maybe I can hit her with Sword Explosion, it would be fun.
Fold it while you can.
Okay, that wasn't bad. Don't worry, Imelda, I'm here. I expect nothing less from you. Icebreaker and Wrath of Nature on the same armor? Oh yeah, that is very illegitimate. Do I go Zerker Blight for Amnesia or other class combo? For what kind of build? A terrible testing do ASA and chance don't work on totems. You're correct, says it's the way totem works is it's more like barrage than anything. The actual action skill part of it is just creating the totem, and then it's off. Figure out if Imelda has damage you can't ignore officially. I think it's all technically avoidable. I think it's all avoidable, Pinky. Some of it's going to require running the hell away, but I think it is all avoidable. No, that was stupid. Glad I spent all these orbs rolling ASA enchants. Yeah, I was a bit amused when I found out as well. While I'm not fond of save editing gear, class 1 farm is kind of ridiculous in this game, so I made an exception when dropping game. I haven't been editing stuff, you know, as of yet. By a certain point in BL3, I did get to a point where, for the purpose of showcasing builds, I allowed myself to. We'll see if I get to that point in this game. But yeah, I certainly don't blame anyone for creating legitimate roles, as long as they're not running around with, like, full ascended stuff.
I'm toxic, I know. Lightning lance.
It's like best enchant spellcast. There's this one. This one's really nice. It's a bonus element for your bog totem and your spirit swarm, if you want it itself to do more damage. And this is weapon swap friendly, so that's pretty cool. You know, health full enchant always good on ward. Then you got spellcast, damage dealt, spellcast elemental, all that stuff as usual. I just assume ASA doesn't work unless I see the big yellow meter at the bottom of the screen. There was a window of time where it didn't work on Reaper, even though Reaper did have that big bar, so. Also, I believe ASA works during the animation for Dire Sacrifice, but I could be misremembering that. And you don't get a big yellow bar for that. You're welcome, Sizzits. Highest possible number for triple rolled stat on Ascended Ring. Depends on the stat. Depends on the stat. Do I have an Ascended Ring on me? I don't. Let me look. I think Loot Lemon has that information. Individual stats at Ascended. So, crit chance is 29.7 per roll. So that times 3. Yeah, you could run around with 89% crit chance from a triple roll Ascended Ring. Now, it won't be 89% overall, but that is still a significant portion to throw into your formula. Friend gave me sweet, Ascended, Alchemical, Contagion, Exploit Their Weakness, Icebreaker, Blast, Chill, Amalgam, Amnesia. That's pretty hard. Huh. Yeah, totally on the up and up. Mm-hmm. Damn it. I'm trying to style too much. It's actually getting me killed. I might be dead. Died for the style. SMH. That drop from the secret lock deal. I can't even read that. Well done. Oh, and yeah, to answer your question again, Loves to Spooge, that 89% would also be before whatever ring effect. So if you had, say, a finger ward or a shell casing, that could increase by quite a large amount. Yeah, no need to style. How are you not dead? No, you are. Want to farm Miastic Mail, how many difficulties I need to complete in the mirror? I can't remember which one. Off the top of my head, I want to say 2, but that is just a guess. I do not remember which tier of that Miastic Mail came from. That's if you're going to wheel farm it. If you're going to bunny farm it, you need to complete all 4. And I would say bunny farming would be the more effective way, so there you go. It's 3. Okay. So 3 if you want to farm from the wheel. But at that point, you may as well just do 4 and then bunny farm it. Double roll ability crit. Yeah. Honestly, not bad. But ability crit chance with melee damage. Totem collar, that is all. Glad you're enjoying. Wheel farm still leveling, so figure I'd do a few runs and hope. Happy to provide the info, and thanks J-Bridge for the precision. Crackmass Whale, the Invincible. It's not a bad combo to playthrough. I really enjoyed my playthrough with totems. They're really good for leveling. Ooh, that's a good one. I think that might be more practical than Blue Cake because of the projectile. Like, the dot is significantly smaller. Let's compare. But the delivery is easier. Back from mute. Welcome back. Don't spoil anything. Then I'm guessing there are multiple variations in the stat roll that could have rolled, like the highest 21.7 could also roll 28.2. No. If you get a stat, it has a fixed value. The only thing that changes that is Chaos Tier. So if you get a crit chance stat at Ascended, it's that value. If you get it at Primordial, it's whatever that value is. There's no ranges. We don't have stat ranges in this game. Just not a thing. Body Rune proc Oath Fire now? You mean, does it proc Awe? Yes. No, it doesn't. Or does it? Yeah, I think they changed Awe. Specifically. But, no, there's no connection between Body Rune and Oath. What on earth did chat do? Just argue about spoilers. Grandma tested positive for COVID. Sorry to hear, son. I hope it's mild. It does? Cool. Hope it's mild. Spirit Swarm considered companion damage? No. It is just status damage. It is status formula multiplied by status formula. Wolf booty. That's it. It counts as a companion for the purposes of Harvest and Faithful Thralls, for example, but it does not scale off of companion damage. Just dot. So I'm thinking this this Gadzuka is like better, cause like that's a lot of dot damage to lose, but the consistency would be so much better. It is 2 ammo per shot in both cases. But the Blue Cake, I could space it out and have a better mag. I don't know. I can't decide. This is only a chaotic one. I'm comparing chaotic to a volatile, so I don't think that's quite fair. Think of it like a sentient dot. It's basically what it is. Oh, Primordial Blue Cake. Well, that decision was made for me. Primordial 5.4k. Okay, what's the dot on this one? 3,000. 3,692. We got a new winner. Was unclear. Yeah, it's all in the formula doc. Exclamation point damage if you ever need it. That's a decent load buster. Only 1,000 dot though. Boot knocker better. Ascended Kazuka, but of course it's non-elemental. That's so sad. Ugh. Element weighting makes me irrationally angry. Hot dog, we have a wiener. You said wiener. That makes me giggle. I guess since I'm running that enchant over there, I can roll this one. Although that can stay as is, actually. So I can just switch from this Sword Explosion to this one. That's an immediate upgrade. I guess I want a better Shadowfire, so I could hit the SMG bunny a few times. Yeah, we'll save those orbs. Buy a nickel. Not reading that. It's a decent load buster. What, have you never been told that before?
Works on you. Suck it up, losers. This is so proud of me. You need to recharge.
Oh no, that dot's gonna get me. That's awkward. Pigwort, you fuck. What even got you? Oh, Spirit Swarm. Good job, Spirit Swarm. Can't resist Echo, can you, Pigwort? Or off-screen Spirit Swarm. I think next run, I'll briefly show you guys the Feral Surge experiment I've been doing. Is Plague Storm more viable in game? Absolutely. Plague Storm is extremely good at endgame.
Like that to stop me. Maybe this will break your neck.
Sag Totem. Fog Totem's still cool. Just, it's fallen into the spot that most ability damage scaling things do. The exceptions to the ability scaling things are, Plague Storm, because, you know, it's a double dip. Geist in the Shell, because it's a double dip. Blast Gas, because it's a double dip. Blast Chill, because it's a double dip. Play the Angles, because it's a double dip. Spore Fuse, because it's a double dip. And Dreadwind, because it's melee. Show the melee weapon you use. Amp, Echo, Twin Soul, Volatile, Lightning, with the bad swing speed, ASA, or AS start, 20. Enemies don't just avoid the rainfall. The rainfall isn't the big part, it's the bolts. I'll show you what I mean. See those bolts that are hitting things? They can't avoid those. Come on, Spirit Swarm. Ah, it didn't fly fast enough. Word ban? Alright, 10 minutes on the clock, I can't say that. For some reason I thought it was Frost. I had a Frost one, but I'm using Lightning right now. Doesn't really matter. I guess technically Poison would be optimal, so I could apply Soaked with it, but... On Hammer, stop being you. What's the word, ban? I can't say it. Wanna like Plague Storm more, it seems to always get more damage out of From the Shadows. That's because From the Shadows is just universally, hey, you do your most possible damage on almost everything, all but 4 things in the game. And it smooths out the consistency on triggering certain effects, such as Geist in the Shell, Play the Angles, all that stuff. You take a slight global damage penalty, but it is huge consistency. Plague Storm is its own damage outlet, and can hit some very high numbers. It's just you need to feed damage into it. And by the time you've fed damage into it, in many scenarios, From the Shadows would have done more. Many. Not all, but many. How does Mosquito Mail work? It creates an instance of damage that has 100% of the damage that spawned it as its base. So, like, you know how Geist in the Shell, at 5 points, is 35% of the hit that did it before getting its own formula? Mosquito is 100% of the hit that did it, and then it gets the formula of the hit that did it. So, it's utterly insane. Game keeps crashing. I've not experienced that, House. Are you playing DX11, DX12? DX12? Maybe try DX11. I know the game runs better for me on DX12, but I know some people have had stability issues with it, so maybe try that. Tried same problem? Unfortunate. You try verifying your files and everything?
I'm not dying today.
Yeah? Huh. That makes me think it would be something with your hardware, but I doubt that, because your hardware is very likely better than mine. I don't know. Domino's cinnamon bread with dip is nice. I've never had it. Guilty sitting on launchers, still doing the Blight playthrough, but I do have a Primordial Shock Blue Cake. This be good for Plague Storm. It can be. Launchers can apply good dots. Is the game better? I stopped playing a month after release. Wow, you're so cool, I'm the only Z. I've always liked this game, and this game has only improved. So, if you don't like the game, you won't like the game. But they've added more content. They've they've improved balance as a whole. And if you like dungeon crawling with Borderlands gameplay, then you'll like the game. If you don't, then you won't. Only one person is allowed to not like the game here, that's me. That's not how it works for anyone who doesn't know that Carter's joking. I don't care if you don't like the game. I do think that it's kind of a meme if your entire personality with a first-time chat is, game shit. Explain to me why I should play it. Like, it's not my job. It's fucking exhausting. Only asked the game was better. Thing is, House, I get 5 people with that same message every single stream, and it always plays out the same way. Eventually you can spot the tells. Blue Cake certainly can. The right distance dot to be applied pretty consistently. It's especially funny with an melee weapon. Yeah, you gotta get the range for Blue Cake, though. It's definitely not as good as its predecessor, Yellow Cake. But it can still be good. Oh, I didn't realize you said it. I have to say it 10 times to lose the word ban. Not saying it's bad, it's just a lack of content. I put about 90 hours into it. Yeah, I have 1,300 hours, and I can say there's not a lack of content, my friend. I have 1,300. There's not a lack of content. And if you thought there was a lack of content 4 months ago, well, guess what? And there's 4 months of updates to go through. I do not have the desire or the energy to explain to you why your take is disingenuous. If you want to try out the stuff that came out since you put it down, by all means go ahead. But that's about as much effort I'm going to put into convincing you. Lack of content for people who like to keep doing a bunch of new stuff to keep them playing. You can apply that to almost any video game in existence, House. And also, I disagree on that because this game gets weekly updates. They change the content that's in the game literally every week. Now, it might not be content that you like, that's an entirely different conversation, but saying this game has a lack of content, it just isn't true. And now, you can compare it unfavorably to certain other games that might get similarly frequent content drops, or just have a larger scope of game in general. Think something with the scope of Destiny 2 with having just insane amounts of content and pretty frequent updates. Or Borderlands 3 that just had a ridiculous amount of content over its tenure. But saying this game doesn't have content just straight isn't true. The game's core content is literally a randomizer that they swap out one of the modes every single week. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Honestly, I think the game is great, but some people are unsure about it getting a premium price tag. Depends on what kind of player you are. I totally get the perspective there, Retrog, on if you're a story-focused player. There's minimal story stuff beyond the base storyline, which I'd say is pretty good and worth AAA price. It's AAA hours, and you get good gameplay along the way, completing the main story and all the side quests and stuff. Personally, as a person with a passing interest in story, I think it's fine. I got money's worth there. But for people who think that New Game Plus is content, they might feel dissatisfied, in which case I would say if you're a story-focused player, wait for a sale. But as an endgame player, as a build crafter, this absolutely deserves the price tag. This game, in terms of a lands game experience of endgame and build crafting, is only outmatched by Borderlands 3, which is not an insult to this game, because Borderlands 3 is just the GOAT like that. But if you're more of a story person, I would say maybe wait for a sale. Show the amalgam? Yeah, sure. Feel free to post it here or in the Discord. Comparing this game to Destiny 2 or Borderlands 3 is unfair since this game has only been out for like 5-6 months. Yeah, it's been 5 months, and also this game is simply going to be smaller than Borderlands 3. It is not a main series entry. It is an experimental spin-off. There's simply going to be less game. But that does not mean there's not content. Very important distinction to make. Let's look at that. Ooh. So you got ability crit chance, companion damage, all damage. That's good for Bog Totem stuff. 3 Flawless Edge, 2 Wraithmail, Ascended Blight Power. Yeah, if you were gonna do like a Bog Totem build while you're shooting guns, that's really, really good. Those passes are fantastic. That's a good find. Shadowfire good? Shadowfire very good. Saying 90 hours sounds like they got their money's worth. The way I tend to price this stuff is if I get an hour of entertainment, I value that at $1. So $60 game, if I get 60 hours, cool, got my money's worth. That's just my personal metric. 90 is a pretty good time for a $60 game by that metric. And I'm over here at 1,300, so, you know, pretty good. I got 6,300 out of Borderlands 3, which, admittedly, I bought on several platforms. Hey, Holo, thank you so much for the raid. Dropping the oohs everywhere. As per usual. Thank you, thank you, thank you. How'd your stream go? What'd you get up to? Did you do any blight calling? Yes, Torg, I agree. This position is good for the glutes. Being supported by the homies. Those of you just joining us, if you don't know me, I'm Quag. I do build stuff in Borderlands, Wonderlands, and I stumble around ineffectually in other games from time to time. But currently we're farming for some rocket launchers for this dot build. 3197. How is that compared to... I need the volatile. Drop that. 3692. Okay, yeah, mine's way better. My metric is if I enjoy the game enough, I say it's worth it. That's a pretty reliable one, yeah. Like, there's some games that I've played recently that, didn't give me a good gameplay hours to money ratio that I still absolutely adore. Stray, Sifu, which weren't priced as full price games, but I still didn't get that many hours, but I really enjoyed them. So they count. Doing a Blightborn companion status build, it's coming along for sure. Ooh, that sounds fun. Sounds like a good time. Better call Blight. So this Bedlam is pretty... Never mind. We were debated again by the card bug. I was gonna say this Bedlam is pretty good dot. It doesn't. At least our boot knocker is good. Let's try out blue cake. God of War 2018 finds another exception to the $1 an hour standard. I think I might have more than 60 hours in that game. I think I might have like 100 hours in God of War 2018. Because I did like 4 playthroughs or something. But even if I'd only done one, that game would absolutely be worth that much. Yeah. It's just a good benchmark. You know, $1, 1 hour. Nah. Just want some kind of beneficial enchant on this thing. Please? I guess not. Is a leaked release date a spoiler? Yes. Minecraft speedrunner be like, so yeah, I played through the game in 18 minutes and paid $27. I really like those infamously fast speedruns of like longer games. Two Worlds, for example, it's not a great game, but it's a meme one. You can just walk over to the final boss and have NPCs kill him in like the first 5 minutes of the game, and you win. Oblivion, you can out of bounds and win in like 10 minutes. Prey, you can out of bounds to the end of the game in like 2 minutes. Those are funny.
Come on, have some fun. Go on.
Is this health bug? This is health bug. No way an Arc Torrent is taking 1/3 of a Chaos 50 enemy's HP on a non-spell build. Absolutely not. Outer Worlds, you can fly to the sun in 10 minutes? Yes, yes. Oh, the speedruns of doing all content fast enough to get a refund? Those are enjoyable. I've seen that for a few Resident Evil games. I think it's been done for some Devil May Cry games. Feral Surge demo? Oh, yeah. Alright, one more. Remind me in the loot room, Brendan. I was gonna do that, and I keep forgetting. I'm having too much fun.
War for the culling. I really found my calling this time. Their end is near. So
On reminder duty again. Listen, I promise I'm a fully functional adult with the ability to remember things. I promise. Would I lie to you?
finally a sigh of relief.
Mom, just one more, please. I'll try, but someone will have to remind me to remind Quag. Which Feral Surge is better in Chaos because it was epic throughout the playthrough? Yeah, I agree. I agree. Would you? Okay, be cool. Be cool, Dex.
I'll make this culling.
I can't see him, but I guess this dot will just do it. Cool. Or like Floral Surge. I now want to see the frost effects replaced with flowers. Stop burrowing. Making me use actual guns against them. I wanted to meme. Rude. Hades is leaving Game Pass end of August. It had a good run. What chance you after? On the blue cake, I want spellcast damage dealt, I think, or yeah, I think spellcast damage dealt on the blue cake would be ideal. Having a spellcast enchant over here is nice, because then I could just have action skill start or end over here, not lose out on anything. New Keurig making some of the best coffee I've had in months, so worth the upgrade. Nice. I used to have one of those. It's so convenient. Hades should just be purchased. It's one of those games. One of the greats. Armor you're rocking? Miasmic Mail. Only a chaotic, but Stabo Blight with move speed? It's pretty good. Question, I would rather like to request a breakdown for Blight class enchant for Swarm Bog Totem. Okay, sure. So the way this works is it's like flipping a switch on the enemy itself. What this means is whenever an enemy gets hit by any of your Spirit Swarms or Bog Totems, they have a value enabled that means that even if you switch off of this weapon and then back on, it turns back on. It's a 20% bonus element whenever either of these things damage. So it's not an elemental increase, it's just a poison number that gets slapped on top of what they would have done. So it's actually very good. It's very good. Spirit Swarm gets it, Bog Totem gets it, just 20% another number as poison. And it is weapon swap friendly. That's what makes it so good. So you could, for example, switch from this to a Twisted Delusion to debuff the enemy, and then switch back, and it would just be able to enable again. Unlike certain other class-specific enchants, they turn off, like the one that extends from the shadows. If you swap away and back, that one can't turn back on until your next activation. But this one is very friendly. It's an additive, basically applies to all companions, not just these. It doesn't apply to Furiors. It doesn't apply to Furiors. Any other companions get it. So Furiors do not, but this will apply to Spirit Swarm, Bog Totem, Mushroom, Wyvern, Demi-Lich, that stuff. Poison damage also be able to proc Bog down? No. Because bonus elements don't proc things, with the exception of Awe. Hydra's as well from Dark Pact. Hydra's from Dark Hydras, yes. Hydras would get that. 150 hours definitely worth the 25 price tag for Hades for me. Yeah. It's a bonus element. Gonna need that on my guns now. It's pretty nice. Ooh, crit connoisseur. Can't wait to waste all my crystals for this class enchant too. Oh boy. Please give us that Moon Orb event back. It was too good. It was taken from us too soon. What is more damage, Pincushion or Tantrum? Tantrum. That's a dot. That was an echo. Oof. Poor LeChance. Sorry to do you like that, buddy. That's a new Black Powder shotgun. Merlin's Razor. I haven't used it in detail yet, but I really like the concept, so I do want to build around it. Weapon Wings procs Geist. Totems are bugged. Turns out so it's gonna make chaos levels easy. Well, the thing to remember with Geist in the Shell is it triggers off of just gun damage in general. Even gun dagger storms can do it. But its damage is based off of the damage it causes. So I see a lot of people going nuts over things like tasers with it. Think about how little damage an individual hit of a taser does. It's not really relevant. It's not a big deal. Now, the place Geist gets crazy is if you have something like a Sword Explosion that just does ridiculous damage in a hit. Getting a Geist off that is just goodbye. Otherwise, it's just a steady stream of some extra nice damage. Think about a Great Bow shot? Yeah, Great Bow Geist would be insanity. Swooping around with that enchant, or the one that gives you 20% LE damage, status duration. LE damage and status duration? I don't think that's a, thing. You have status, chance, and damage, and then you have status, damage, duration? Or the only status and chance I'm aware of? If you're using Bog Totem, I would strongly suggest this one. It's mixing the two? Oh yeah, it's easy to get things mixed up. If you're using Bog Totem, I really recommend this. The thing Bog Totem lacks more than anything else is damage. So giving it more damage, Spirit Swarm doesn't need the help. It's already like really good. Tasers for amped up though? Yeah, tasers would be great for amped up. Spirit Swarm's the definition of toxic. The number of times it just clipped through a barrel and killed me is unbelievable. Yep, it do be like that loading screen. Great Bow Mosquito. Stop. Stop it. Guys, Smurf Crossblade's really fun. Yeah. Oh, that's an awkward place to land. Come on, Contagion. Save me, Contagion. Thank you. That's the awkward thing with Crit Connoisseur on dots. The crit chance of them is so low relative to others that it's not... The damage up is kind of irrelevant a lot of the time. If I was running from the shadows, it'd be a lot more visible. Hey Twilight, how you doing? Twilight Nightbox. Good, glad to hear. Poison from that enchantment's bonus? Yes. Like Body Rune? Yes. It's fun fighting Drill in story with Entry Soak and some random Thunder Pistol. I threw a bunch of Hydras and used totems against them in my playthrough. I think I'm gonna use. Yeah, Body Rune is so nice for so many builds. I'm not using it on this one, somewhat for the sake of just doing something different. I'm using triple amp shield right now. And that's nice. That's fun. Leads to really good crossblade dots in particular. Doesn't help my Shadow Fire, which is the awkward bit. Reminder for the reminder of the burr build. Right, I'll do the next. I spend these crystals, and then I'll load up the Feral Surge thing. And maybe go to Little Stream Reserve as well. How to go about making Gun Berserker build at C50? You could pair Berserker with a bunch of different classes and have very effective gun builds at 50. You could pair it with Spore, you could pair it with Spell, you could pair it with Stabbo, pair it with Blight. Even Claw, although Hammerzerker Gun is like one of the setups that isn't quite as potent as the others noticeably. It's still viable, but it does start to fall off a bit. One of the big things you can do, if you're into, say, Stabaments or stuff, you can use Berserker's Capstone to extend your From the Shadows to an insane duration. And that's a very, very powerful method. Need an amulet, better rings, and better plate mail. I was plate mail farming for a while before I just kind of settled for my build that's running that. I did eventually switch off of plate mail for this because it's just more damage to not use it in the context of dots. But there's absolutely good uses for plate mail, like keeping high ward percentage if you're running Restore the Veil. Alright, BRB. Okay, be back. Feral Surge time. Now, this is a work in progress with some meme stuff. And there's a very annoying bug that happens very quickly. Plague Storm, Executioner's Blade status should work, right? What status are you getting from the Executioner Blade? You don't have Alchemical Agent, or if you do have Alchemical Agent, then yeah. Plague Storm just kind of works off of any damage you do. Because my thought with Plague Storm is, okay, you're doing Spirit Swarm, because that's just great with that. But you can't have Plague Storm, Spirit Swarm, and Alchemical all at once. You could just do Alchemical instead of Spirit Swarm. Wouldn't be as good, but you could. Tor weapon names in Wonderlands, 11 out of 10. Okay, so we got this. We got this Rage handle with this new enchant. Damaging an enemy with a melee attack reduces Feral Surge's cooldown by 11%. Damaging a boss with a melee attack triples this effect. So 33% of your cooldown just shaved off for hitting. Rage handle lets you hit quite a lot. And we have 5 out of 5 Iron Squall. So you're gonna see an annoying bug happen to us a fair amount, where the game can't handle certain amounts of swing speed, but it is at least funny. Been lucky so far. Some sort of bug where purple amulet shows legendary, just got one, no red text. I've heard of it, I've never experienced it myself, but I have heard of it ghosting. Look at that HP, got even higher now. That's the thing with running Berserker. You see so many people sleep on unarmored defense. And like, why? You take unarmored defense, you pump your constitution, and you get ridiculous HP values. Oh, there's the bug. Get back here. No, I said get back here. I spent too much time fucking around with the goldfish and I lost the bonus because of that. What money. It's weird this bug happens with pickaxe and rage handle but not twin soul. I think it's animation sets, because pickaxe uses axe animations, rage handle uses axe animations, twin soul uses sword animations. Take it easy, fan. You have a good one. Thanks for hanging out. There's a lot of feral surging. It is. I did think about doing this with Storm Smite for maximum visual pollution. I feel like no one really thinks Claw is bad anymore. Some people do, but they're largely not playing. Claw is good. Has been for quite some time. Nothing else, build's very good at mobbing. That's the thing with builds in this game. There's a lot of setups that can be very good at mobbing. And since that's the backbone of the game, that's usually fine. There's a few bosses this has trouble with, but there's always something you can implement to make that easier if you choose to. Set him for my permit. Ooh, nice. Just curious, is there a good way to play Hammer Throw without Spellblade War Paradigm? You don't need to use Paradigm there. I'd say Spellblade is far and away the best melee weapon to pick there for raw damage. You could simulate the same kind of setup with a Greed Warden or a Goblin's Bane, but Spellblade's going to be by far the most effective. Paradigm is good for that setup, but not necessary. I have a Hammer Throw build that runs Spellblade, but not Paradigm. $27,000 HP and 16.6 thousand shields with a vampire hilt. The crossbow help at contact and boost hammer hits as long as swinging them up a weapon. Pico, yeah, you're misunderstanding. Consac helps the hammer throw. You just need to stack it with the swings, as Shay said. It doesn't stack from the hammer throw, but it will benefit it. Actually, I want to dabble with Clawzerker and Tides for Hammer. I haven't got the right armor rule. Understandable. I should... Do I have a poison weapon? Let's get some crossbolts. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna run a Blight with Spell Sword. Any thoughts? Blightcaller doesn't really have any inherent synergy with Spellblade. Like, where would your actual damage for the Spellblade be coming from? Because Blightcaller is 3rd place for in-skill tree spell damage. So you wouldn't be getting a huge amount. What's your other class? Spells and gun? Spellblade wouldn't really be doing anything for a gun build either. Unless that gun was a Stab-O-Matic. Hey Don, how you doing? Icebreaker plus hammer throws. Yeah, empowering sigil and then hammer throwing. That would be a really good combo that Berserker in particular would excel at. So hard to see what's happening. Not the strongest build out there, got a ton of survivability, can clear all content with it. Most importantly to me, it's fun to play. That is the most important bit for sure. Absolutely. I'm not even entirely sure what gear I have on this setup, because a lot of it's just, hey, this was in my bank, let me throw it on and see if it works. It's working. Getting the swing bug less than I feared, which is a good place to be. Haven't tried bunny with this. There we go. Please show the village, trying to think of it. There's a lot of crying house and kids awake. You want to take a screenshot or something of this, Don? Okay, thanks. You're welcome. Use Frost Sword Explosion, and if damage doesn't kill a non-boss enemy, Frozen Hammer Throw, shatter them. Sounds about right. It's a very loud build, I'm noticing. There's just a lot happening. You the best? No, you. No, you. Sorry, Oculus, there's a rift between us. When you enrage Oculus, it becomes Oculus Miffed, if you guys didn't know that. It's not a shitpost, that's actually what happens. Wow, I just did a lot of cool stuff there. I just refreshed Feral Surge twice by using barrels, and then I tanked the explosions because I'm too tanky. I thought about running Harbinger with this for even more tank. That just sounds excessive, though. If this rage handle was poison, I'd be doing more damage because Bog Down would be working for me right now. Maybe Garlic Breath would be better for that, or some variety of poison spell. Gonna get a tank rank? You gotta rank the tank. Swing speed. I had to mantle there. That was terrifying. Wicked Gossip. I mean, that'd be a poison spell. I could, but it wouldn't be great in mobbing. It'd be fun in single target. Wouldn't be great in mobbing. And in single target, I can just take out a delusion. Insert JoJo. Yes, I'm just standing here realizing. And muda-mudaing. So as you can see, there's a bit of a bossing damage problem. But I can just sit here all day. And flying around when you get launched by surging in the air is definitely funny. I could do this all day, quagged in America. Hey Felicia. Flashbang incoming. I eat those. Ah, my amnesia dot. No! My dot's gonna kill me. No, we're good. We're good. The only thing that can kill me is me. Face thanking. I feral surge and got hit twice by the same attack. That's how much of a Chad this build is. You hit me once? No, you hit me twice. Take a freebie. Boy, making Livewire melee even more desirable. Full amped up from just Livewire is nice. And also it'd benefit from Soaked. Like, I do want a Poison Rage handle, I just haven't gotten lucky. I'll revisit this when I get a Poison Rage handle. Oh, you didn't attack. I didn't notice. Just look at the health bar and the shields.
If you guys keep fighting, I'm gonna take a breather.
I feral surged out of bounds. I went too close to the sun, truly. I went through a wall. Too much power. I agree, Leon. Too much power. Poison Rage handle for toxicity and bog down? Yes. Also, armor. How drastically does the loot dice affect Chaos Bunnies? It affects everything, so. If your question is if you should do it, you should. It's an account-wide thing, you only gotta do it once. Take you an hour, maybe 2. Just Pixie and Livewire? No, not Pixies. No, absolutely not. Those are Shrikes to apply crossbolts. I'm insulted by that question, Roddy. Insulted, sir. Game has had enough of me, clearly. It really just said no. Armor you're using? Amnesia. What do I even roll here? Let's go pistols. Weird how much Cursed Wit voice hates agriculture. Cursed Wit is one of those things I was thinking about. I know, as cursed as that is. But like... I was thinking about it. Not for this build. Different setup. Let's see what we got in this pile. I want Chain Lightning Fear Knots. I want to bring back that lightning chucking build I did super early on. Cat, did you just sneeze? Whole lot of nothing here. Handbow. I haven't done handbow stuff in a while. Oh yeah, I wanted Shadowfires. How you doing, Bizarre? So yeah, this is a good example of build in progress footage. Because that boss damage was not acceptable to me. I gotta get more elements of melee weapon to cover that. Ascended Dark Magic Nightshade with a good mag. What do I do with a Dark Magic Nightshade, though? Like... if you're curious how it shoots, it's not bad. But, like... that's pretty slow. And the damage isn't fantastic. I assume this is Splash? Yeah, that's Splash. Trying to think of a use case for that. But I can't. Let's get discount Shadowfire. Yeah. Better crit formula than a Shadowfire, but like doesn't have the chuck. She'll use it on Blight Sabo dot setup. Triple amp. Body Rune would be better for the Spirit Swarm, but like, whatever. It'd be better for Plague Storm as well. Could work on Hammer Throw. I want to get a better armor for that though. More dot stuff. just like boss runs. They're comfy. Great addition to the game.
Your lucky day. Huh.
I think I have a better one somewhere. Oh, come on. Just slightly too late. I like when the Shadowfire lands on Drill's head and it looks like a fancy hat. Yes. That does make me happle and gruntled. Whelmed even. Ads make this fight annoying. The ads are the only thing that's a threat in this fight, so I'd rather they'd be here than not. Hey, Rain Bolt. It's not a good one, but like, do I have one on me already? I don't think I do. I should just have one. Action skill could be the brim of the hat. Photo op. Yes. Okay, what did you die from? That one blew itself up and dropped a legendary. Cool. Beans from SMG throw are almost identical to Rendi's from Battleborn. Huh. I never played Battleborn. I'm not familiar. The people I play with always gets down by his fist slam in phase 1 and can't figure out why, because he just stands in one spot. Well, common thing I've noticed in the fan base.
This soul is ripe for
Battleborn was criminally underrated, so I've heard. I do feel like I missed out a little bit. But I simply wasn't aware of it at the time. Step 1, take a step. Step 2, don't get hit. See step 1. Mean you're supposed to avoid the massively telegraphed fist slams? Uh-huh.
One more for the soul fire.
Had a blue cake dot or plague storm doing that big dot damage? Both. Remember, Plague Storm only builds up based on what you've done. So Plague Storm is that big in part because of my blue cake dot.
See you later, Death.
Anything cool with the Dynamo spell? It's the only spell I know of that does self-damage, Ramen, so that might be something useful. Why avoid damage when you can just play Burr? I mean, for this build, Burr is just less damage for dots. Oh, you're referring to incoming damage? Yeah, you could just tank everything with a Berserker. Plague Storm, echo the ability, pretty much. Poison Shot, Crossblades for bogged down? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Bogged down and amped up at the same time. While benefiting from Soaked. Bold strategy, Cotton. Echo. Plague Storm. The cooler Echo. Why not both? You can. Just use both. On Melee Blight Stabbo, that Alchemical Agent trigger a big dot for Plague Storm. It wouldn't trigger a dot for Plague Storm, but it would feed into Plague Storm's bolt damage, yeah. Then I guess if that bolt left a dot, then sure. Yeah, any damage you do feeds into Plague Storm. Think of it like Groundbreaker. I prefer to think of Plague Storm like Groundbreaker. I know Echo's in the same family, but just do lots of things. It's anything but ability for Plague Storm, and then anything but melee for Echo. So if you were to melee and leave an Alchemical Agent dot, the melee damage itself is going to feed into Plague Storm. The dot is feeding into both Echo and Plague Storm. And then Plague Storm is going to feed into Echo. What's in the vending machines this week? Cannonballer, Diamond Gauntlets, Sword Explosion. Interestingly, a 2-gun week. Let me check the Sword Explosion again. Fire. If this was higher than Chaotic, I'd buy it. Yeah, it seriously blows me away how high Sword Explosion's dot is. Like, this is rocket launcher competitive on a 1 ammo per shot gun that gets the stickies and all that stuff. Like, Sword Explosion having this level of dot is absolutely crazy to me. Hey, Boobalastica, how you doing? Balanced, right? Like, what does Sword Explosion not do? The moose in me is jealous that Blake got Bloodletter and Tree. It's interesting because it's Dark Magic exclusive Bloodletter, so it rewards you having multiple outlets of healing. Because, for example, on this build, it's nice for me keeping my wards up, but because I have limited ward capacity, because I choose to do that, it's I often don't have health gate. If I had alternate healing on top of that, like say a fortifying sigil or body rune or healing passive on armor, that'd be a lot better for me, but I just have not bothered to do so. My mug is empty. Sag. They gave us 2 huge dot weapons in the vendor. They did. They did. So look for more crossblades. Yeah, crossblades, sword explosions. Those are the main things. Always looking for kettle drums. You know, if I get a times 25 3 meg ascended kettle drum, I'll take that. It's not happening though. Times 18 volatile. It was trying. What does the gyro shotgun do? It spins up the faster you shoot it. So it's very bullet hosey after you've held the trigger down for a bit. But that's the tricky part. You need enough mag size and ammo regen to allow it to spin up, and then you need to keep shooting it to keep it there. The odds of that drop? I've not calced kettle drum odds, but yeah, no thank you. That would be pain. Going for spellcast damage dealt in this Shadow Fire if I can manage it. Because while it's not the Shadow Fire that I'm going to settle on, I may as well. Oh. Well, okay, I'll take that too. That's fine. Go back to this, I guess. Elemental damage is a bit wasteful, but it's better than the nothing that was giving me. Covering that on my melee weapon already. Awkward.
Come on, have some fun.
Do featured. I want to do raid bosses. Which room is Gloop in this one?
Viscera would look good on them, no?
Welcome back, Coffee. Sure, we'll go trust in magic. Why not? Why not? There's several valid reasons for why not, but... Room after Obelisk 1. Thank you, Felicia. I guess I'd do this with Shadowfire. Got a blank slate with all damage. It doesn't have class specifications on it, Irish. The icons don't mean anything, but blank slate with all damage is one of the better ones. Nice. Good to be back. Goes the Wonderlands. It goes. We messed around with Feral Surge a little bit. and it was entertaining. But now we're going through a feature run because I want to hit the raid bosses. Stabo Blight gun build? I'll do you one better. It's a Stabo Blight dot build. We just happen to be using guns to deliver dots. That's not very good. There it is.
Wipe your shoes off and
There we go.
They're ended here. So
Feral Surge new enchant do basically makes it so you can spam it very frequently, as long as you're melee attacking a lot. Now Feral Surge still doesn't do much for damage, nor does it really help a melee build very much, but it's funny. New shield regen skills, the shield space regen stat factor, and it's just X shield over Y time. It's just X over Y time. So 1.5% per, well, it's 0.5% per point per stack. So at 3 out of 3, it's 4.5% per second. You can get 6 out of 3 to get 9% per second. And also fucking 24% movement speed per stack, which is crazy. So you can get a lot. 9% per second is significant. And I've yet to check to see if with unarmored defense that gives you 9% of the reserved amount or 9% of your overall. I suspect it would be 9% of overall, which is 18% per second. That's a lot. You know, just casually 72% movement speed and 18% of your shields back per second. Amped up amnesia build. Yeah. Yeah, that's, I was using that on the Feral Surge setup actually. I was also thinking of amped up amp build. Like, with that much regen happening per second, depending on what you're doing, you could have a high consistency of amp shots. Because 18% per second is just below the 20% drain from a triple amp shield. You need to wait about 1.1 seconds to have an amp shot for every single shot, assuming you're not taking damage. And assuming you're not naturally regenning anything. Which is pretty juicy. So hoping that Bronco Buster shield regen speed would make it a great contender. That's the thing though, Dex. 18% of a 1000 capacity ward isn't really providing you any advantage. So 18% of 985, meh. But 18% of, say, you know, this, that's a lot more attractive. And since Bronco Buster already recharges quickly enough, it's got a short delay with a high rate, it would get the least out of amped up, not the most. You'd want something like a Body Rune that just doesn't recharge on its own. Let's look at Body Rune's stats. 6.3 delay with a 260 rate. That's just not gonna regen practically. Or you could run an amp ward, like this one, a decent delay and an okay rate. But more importantly, you'd get the amp every time it's full. More reason to use Body Rune. Body Rune or Amp Wards.
Today's forecast?
Kinetic Friction. Kinetic Friction too good. Mace Wardu. Trick Mirror. Static Charge. Be good on all those.
Alive around here? Ugh, looks like I'm staying alive.
Deuces or Sweet Dreams. I wouldn't go Sweet Dreams, because Sweet Dreams requires you to stay full for a while to get any benefit. But Sweet Dreams can be enchanted, whereas Deuces can't, so maybe. Technically get 8 out of 3 amped up. You can get, if you get it boosted by Butt Stallion, sure. You can get 6 though, from Skill Tree plus Armor. And there's a couple different class combos that roll amped up. Conveniently. Let's see the problem in not taking damage. 1 single point of dot damage anywhere. So that right there, that random coiled attack, or 1 single point of spicy water damage, you lose your entire stacking bonus for Sweet Dreams. Whereas you could use a triple amp, you know, if you happen to have one, and not be subject to that. Like full is full, you get full bonus, or a Deuces, full is full, you get full bonus. Probably make a case for a full battery over Sweet Dreams as well. It's full battery or lightning bolt, if it can apply status effects, would at least be another vector of getting amped up going.
Works on you.
Prefer my water mild. Also, the more you've sat at full with Sweet Dreams, the higher the drain is as well. Meaning it will be longer before your next one. Triple amp is that fixed 20% drain. Remember, 6 out of 3 amped up with unarmored defense, if it works the way we hope, is 18% of your wards per second. Almost enough to do this every time. Deuces isn't much farther than that, 25%. I've totally forgotten to do Gloop, but whatever. We did Bark. That'll be fine. Guess that'll be content for tomorrow.
I need to use this again. Now! That's not yet.
That's a good dot.
This soul is right for color.
Too much fun being had? Yeah. Honestly. Good job, Swarm. Hey, thanks for 100 bits, coffee. I bought instant water, but I don't know what to add. Nice. Blue cake requires too much skill for me to get anything out of it. It is very picky on the range. A thing you can do with blue cake is, let's say this middle thing is a bunch of enemies. If I'm out here taking pot shots, I can hit one with the initial one, and then the splits will, like, go past them. So if you have enemies on a line, it's pretty decent. But it is very awkward to apply the splits to any particular target. And the radius is not very forgiving. We don't splash radius like we did in BL3. Amp effect, sticky explosion, sword explosion? Yes. It affects what you're shooting. Think of it as a base increase to the thing you shot, and stickies care about how much you did when you hit. In some cases. Not for, like, gun damage, but yes. Amp applies is the short answer. Your bad rainbows go. They go to prism. It's only a light sentence. Alright, I actually like that. That was funny. Sticky math. Cut a frog that parked illegally. I don't know, what do you call it? Toad. Well done. I'm a little mad, but well done. So obvious, yeah. A little mad. Okay, why is this guy just sniping me? Get closer, please. Like, I set up Plague Storm expecting it to come to me, it just didn't. You know, you can't laugh loud in Hawaii. I feel like I get this one, but tell me the punchline. Tell me the punchline. Because aloha, yeah. Boo. Can I even get into Bunny in this build? Find out. Struggles of a dot build. I was not looking. Hello? Hello? Chat is my witness. Chat is my witness. What did the old man say right before he kicked the bucket? Hey, how far do you think kick this bucket? You've used this one. You've used this one. I think twice. I know that one now. Couldn't see anything else out the blinding light. You're supposed to back me up. Supposed to back me up, Jaybridge. Come on. Not quack bobbing me, I apologize. I don't forgive you. Do better. How many beans in a can of beans? 239, because if there's one more, it'd be 240. Alright, that's good. I'm pissed off at that one. But that's good. I'm gonna have to use that one. You can tell by that stupid fucking grin on my face. God damn it. Just in time for the very end of the stream. Hey Manicky, how you doing? Still editing though. I hope it's not too stressful. I personally really dislike editing, so all of my empathy your way.
Like if you that, just stop me.
That was an unexpected outcome.
Next delivery incoming.
Still works out fine. Okay. Fiery Shadows. How you doing, Beaver? Actually, really enjoy editing scratches at creative itch. I can't otherwise because I suck at physical mediums. That makes sense. I get it. I don't have the same experience personally, but I get it. Pinging Bunny is like fucking impossible. I think that's my main problem. ping this fucking thing. Okay, now I really need amped up active to survive this phase. Amped up did not stay active. Yeah, I think I need a little more HP buffer for this. I need more HP buffer. The importance of Constitution. Because we're in a spec right now where not only do I'll show you. Not only do I take a health penalty from Restore the Veil and not invest in Constitution, but I also have the background that lowers it by 6. So if I didn't have challenge buff Constitution and myth rank Constitution, my health would be like 200 or some shit.
Just wasting all that oxygen anyways.
Yeah, there's the damage I expected. Had a meeting, missed all the burst shenanigans. It was only the one run loading screen. It's very early stages. I got a lot of work to do there. I forgot we were also doing Bark. Oh, Shadowfire's bullets are too slow for that. It's actually just too slow. It's actually just too slow. That's hilarious. Well, we learned another thing today. Trying to make a gun build with Spellblight. Any ideas? You could lean into amp stuff. Standard spell shot stuff down to high thread count, and then you could lean into using spell casting to get mage armor. So I guess I'll use this. I changed my mind. It's this. Fast as fuck, boy. You simply cannot catch me. Throwable hole self-damage. It did not used to, but now it does. Since the patch, throwable hole does do self-damage, yes. That's awkward. Thanks, Plague Storm.
More than you deserve.
Already get play Storm increased size? No. Using the class mod I showed earlier, 3 flawless edge, 2 wraith mail, that would work very well then. Yeah, mage armor to keep your wards very high would work out well. What did the tomato say to the other tomato? Ketchup. Hey son, how you doing? Guess we can wait 20 seconds for that to roll over. Guess the sigil would work best with this. It would keep your wards high, but since you are a spell shot, you could just use something that would deal damage as well. You would want something that you can cast very frequently. So I'd say either Empowering Sigil or a Laser Hand would be pretty good. Or Wicked Gossip. Ice Spike. Something like that. Something that could do damage or fill a good utility role, but the most important thing is casting often. This is trying, like, really hard. I tried hard enough. How to dentist had to fill a cavity? Oof. Sneezes, ugh. So know the status stats of Calamity spells? Not offhand. Or recording ran into a triple primordial dark magic source explosion. Times 3. Could not buy it. I mean, it's the least desirable element, and I personally don't like times 3 sword explosions at all. I suppose if you're doing play the angles, it's better for that, but I can't think of another instance. Sure, it seems like more damage, but it's inefficient. And worse dots. Common ones, I mean, sorry for bad English. You mean the ones that, which kind of calamity? Because there's the ones that go fast, there's the ones that go slow, there's the regular ones, there's the mini ones, there's the singularity ones. They're all a bit different. I don't know any of them offhand, but I'll keep an eye out for you. Go slower or faster. Hey, some old guy, how you doing? Better get toxicity on armor and have PTA, or simply get more Geist on armor for Shroom Wraith. I mean, if your question is play the angles versus anything else on a gun build where you are Spore Warden, the answer is always play the angles. So you always get play the angles in tree if you are a gun Spore. Be relaxed and low-key, but doing with some urgency. Blazing Calamity Primordial only had 400 to 500 dot or something. Got Dark Magic on yesterday. That's unfortunate, but thanks, David. I know it would apply the dot very consistently because it has a high hit count, but that isn't a good value. I went to level 18, but like in Blightcaller, it's very just different. It just plays differently to other classes. That's what I like about it. I'm gonna try a Polymorph build to spam a spell with good dots. Gelatinous Cube. Cube is great with Polymorph. The secret to getting Cube to apply those good dots is get some spell radius, and then it's very good from Polymorph. I imagine Wicked Gossip would be pretty good too. Try one of those. Sphere. Seem to remember the dot chance and Calamity's not being very good, don't remember the damage. Extinction ones in particular hit so many times that they just apply it anyway. Were that wrong, Mitch? Should I get more Geist, or is Toxicity worth it? Toxicity is in no way, shape, or form at all comparable to Geist. So, yeah. Geist is simply better. if you are doing a gun build. It's a great song though. It is. And for non-gun stuff, it's good. See, we have it here. Alright, so I'm hoping for some nice shadow fires. Oh, my inventory is full. I should change that. That can go. Should inspect status and hero points if doing a gun build. Depends on what else is going on in your build. If you're doing... This is the Spell Blight one, right? Crit damage is going to be no-brainer. If you're wanting some more tank, Constitution is nice. That's going to be HP and wards. Now, whether or not you actually want more depends, but I think you would want Constitution. So in the particular build concept you're thinking of, Lizery, I would probably max Strength, max Constitution, then put the rest in Dexterity. Most likely. Chaotic Blaze and Calamity damage 3500.264. Yeah, Calamity dots are not it then. They're not the wave. Ragnarok dot is higher than I thought it would be. Is that the use case of... Oh, never mind. Bug. That gets me like 5 times a stream. Yeah, that's more what I expected from the Ragnarok. Oh, it's so fucking bad, dude. Like, Twin Souls 300 and Volatile, and Ragnarok's 170. Oh, it's so bad. Already do get gun crit chance from armor still worth, you think? Yes, because the dex crit chance is going to affect your Geist in the Shell, any spells you use, as well as your guns. And Wisdom is not going to be a meaningful chunk of your damage. You already have good spell cooldown from the skill in Spell Shot Tree. Whatever the name of that one is. Fire Dark Magic Crossblade. I'll take that. And then action skill cooldown's pretty meaningless. As a attunement's pretty meaningless for a hero point spend unless you're using Protagonizer. Elemental Blast dot is crazy. Is it? Combine Amped Up with Restore the Veil for a survivable Deathless type build? You can. You can. I would still recommend not running Deathless, because you can get good buffer through other ways, but the thing with Deathless is you lose health gate. So you can still buffer tank while keeping health gate on, and that would let you do things like run a Vampire Hilt, or run a Body Rune, and then you'd be keeping the shield sides of things high with all your skills, and then your Body Rune or whatever else you have for your health would be keeping that up, so you would constantly have health gate. That'd be my personal approach, but Deathless is viable in this game. There's just like a handful of enemies and situations where it's like, eh. Like Deathless against Wastard, or Elite Trolls, or Blunderbuss Goblins. Those are the things where Deathless kind of, also, any purple goop. But outside of those situations, Deathless is great. The better delay that the Deathless gives you as well is nice when combined with other things. Wastard is an elite troll, just not technically. Well, it's not that Wastard's hard, because Wastard is one of the easiest bosses in this entire game. Just straight up, he is an absolute meme. He struggles to hit you when you're standing still. It's just, if you don't have health gate, then until you get to a point where you have enough raw buffer, which requires a lot of gear, he will outright one-shot you. You can tank Bark hits. Bark does not hit very hard on Deathless setups at all. Post-nerf, Wastard might not either. but Bark has always been tankable on Deathless builds. Except for seeing him. It depends on your chosen output of damage, but yeah, with some builds it can be hard to even see him or the bird. Depending on how you do damage, that is or isn't a problem. Like on this build, I don't really care, because Spirit Swarm homes, Plague Storm homes, and I'm just kind of spamming lock-on dots for the most part. Guns that had lock-on that apply dots, I should say. And in melee builds, I don't care, because I can see him. But that's just based on what I play. I imagine a traditional gun build that doesn't kill him immediately would have some visibility problems. Had Invisible Dragon Lord, yeah. That's different from Wastard being invisible through a lot of VFX, but still annoying. I'm quadruple checking this pile because I'm very disappointed I didn't get at least a Primordial Shadowfire. Pain. Generic skeleton looks like every other skeleton. Oh, you in the skeleton phase? Who cares if you can't see him in the skeleton phase? He doesn't do anything. He has one attack. One melee swipe attack that doesn't do damage and has a slow animation. He doesn't do anything in the skeleton phase. If you get him there, he's completely free. He's literally less threatening than a barf worm. Once you've gotten there, the fight's over. Also, yeah, I'm pretty sure he has a boss icon that functions in that phase.
Are you prepared? We'll see.
It's pro phase. Kevin, what are you doing? Hi, cat. Hello. See him on the minimap and look on the screen where the minimap says he is. Still tough to spot. That's not a problem I've had, personally. But... shrug. Anyway, I am overtime. I'm overtime. I want to get some lunch. So, thank you everybody for stopping by today. Tomorrow, more build stuff. I'll try to work on that gun amp thing. But I don't know. I'll have some sort of Blightcaller build nonsense. Let's find somewhere for us to go. Oh, and tomorrow's Thursday. So we get part 2 of Redmore and a new item in the pool. So that's cool. That's cool. Lazy's doing his totem thing. Pascaroni's on BL2. Tizzle's on Transistor. Yeah, let's go to Lazy. Keep some hype in the Wonderlands directory. You guys know the deal. Quagcaller, as always. But I will see you tomorrow, hopefully with something fresh. But at the very least, we'll have a new version of the boss fight to gush over, because I really like the Redmore fight, and I'm actually super excited for that now that I remembered that that's a thing. But go forth, be positive, you know, spread that love of shit you like, and hydrate. It's fucking hot today. I need to actually do that. I'm just realizing how dehydrated I am. I gotta get food too. Anyway, I'm rambling. Bye.